I was saying was we have a quorum. Let's get started. I will call the Board of Finance into session for Monday, June 1st at 5:35 p.m. and would welcome a motion on the agenda.
I would move to approve the agenda as proposed.
Let's get a second from President Trixie, and then I'll come to you, Catherine. So you second the motion. Catherine, do we need a change?
We do need a change. I think Councilor Pine is aware of it. Inadvertently, it appears that the CEDO action plan was not included in the Board of Finance agenda. So it would be great if someone could amend the agenda to include that. All of the materials were included in the City Council agenda.
Great. Would that be added to our deliberative or to our consent agenda?
It's on the council deliberative already, I think is the issue, right? And
we moved it, I think, today. Council President Tracy could tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been moved to consent.
Yeah, I moved it to consent. Because of no one had questions on it. I went around and there was a request from Councilor Paul to put it on to consent, and then I asked around and no one seemed to have questions. So given that we do have quite a packed agenda, I was okay with moving it there, and that we have it at Board of Finance.
okay, so sorry, Councilor Pine, your question was where to find the materials, or?
No, I think actually I've seen the materials, and having that brief discussion, perhaps we just keep it on deliberative since it's not being discussed at council. We get a chance to discuss it here. Very brief, high level presentation from staff, and then so let's keep it on deliberative. Okay,
excellent. Sorry, I got confused. Okay, very good. So we'll make that item 3.09 will be the CEDO CDBG home plan. Okay. All right. With that amendment, any further amendments to the agenda? Councilor Paul, I don't know if you came in partway through that conversation. This is just, there was an omission from the Board of Finance agenda of the CDBG and home dollars that were on the council agenda. They should have been here as well, and somehow that got screwed up. So that's that we've added that to the agenda.
Okay, my apologies for being late.
No, I understand there were some technical things. So welcome, glad you made it in. We're just getting started with.
No problem.
In fact, we're about to adopt the agenda right now. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We have an agenda, and that brings us to the public forum, I believe, item 2. Do we have any members of the public that have signed up for the public forum?
Yes, we do. The first person to speak on public forum is Aaron Barnaby. Aaron, I'm going to enable your microphone.
So I just want to make sure, Aaron Barnaby, you should be, your microphone should be enabled. Go ahead.
Aaron, looks like you may have lost. Aaron, I've enabled your microphone, so we should be able to hear you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, hi. My name is Aaron Barnaby, and I'm a member of the Champlain Valley Democratic Socialists. I live in Ward 1. I'm here today to ask you to pass a budget that is actually good for the people of Burlington. In the midst of this health, economic, and social crisis, we need a budget that supports public services for everyone in our community. However, instead of listening to individuals, protesters, and community members, this budget is cutting public services to the bone. So right now, I'm asking you to listen to your citizens and make a change. In the midst of this pandemic, we've been told There can be no PPE for workers, support for renters, or resources for those in need. But the budget proposes funds for our police department for new hires, new equipment, and advertising. The Burlington Police Department is a cesspool of internal corruption and violence, and yet the city spends nearly a quarter of the budget on shoring them up. Let me say that again. Burlington Police Department uses more than 20% of Burlington's general fund budget, and the budget for police salaries is projected to increase this year. And there is also specialized equipment budget, which ran over $100,000 in 2020. We do not need more money for militarized police. We need services for the people of Burlington. As long as there is space for police hires, propaganda, and new weapons, this budget needs to be rejected. We need a budget that is for all people in Burlington, and a budget that will put justice and equity first in this time of crisis and instability. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
The next person to speak on public forum is Dana Stimson. Dana, I've enabled your microphone, so you should be able to talk. Dana, I've unmuted you on my end, but I think you may have to do it on your end as well. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Dana. I also live in Ward 1 and I am also a member of the Champlain Valley DSA. I think I've met some of you previously and I work on the No Mas Polymigra campaign. And the first point I wanted to make really briefly is just that I 100% support Perry's proposed charter changes. I think that adding an income tax to Burlington and securing a basic minimum wage for everyone, in addition to multiple other great policy ideas, is awesome. I think that we really have a responsibility to plan now and build for the future that we want to live in instead of staying in the past, which is currently, in the midst of, climate catastrophe, tons of racial violence, etc. And so on that note, I wanted to echo what Erin was saying in that I think that it is appalling that our police department uses so much of our general budget fund, almost a quarter of it. We don't need to be purchasing more specialized equipment at this time. We really should be focusing on demilitarizing our police. As we saw in Minneapolis, their police department offers procedural justice. They offer training for implicit bias, mindfulness, de-escalation. They also use body cams, and they have training around mental health crises intervention. And a man was still murdered in the last week. And we have implemented many of those things in our police force. And at the same time, 17 Vermonters have died at the hands of police since 2010. That's not in Burlington, that's Vermont wide, but that's far too many people to have died being killed by police. Many of those people had mental health issues. So to the extent that cuts do need to be made, we really should be chopping from the top and chopping from the cops. We need to keep services for the vulnerable, like guaranteeing housing, PPE for essential workers, and mental health services. Instead of hiring new officers like is planned for January, we should be transitioning our current officers to more socially useful jobs that don't predicate violence based on their job description. I think we can and we must do better as a Burlington community. Thank you.
Okay, our next and final speaker for public forum is Walter Keedy. If you are listening to this meeting and think that I missed you, please just send another email to the public forum email and I will get to you. But he's the only person I see who signed up for the Board of Finance meeting. Walter, I think you may have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. So I'm Walter. I'm also in Champlain Valley DSA. I live in Ward 3. You might notice a pattern to these comments, but this is an issue that our organization has really taken a lot of interest in. So I'm commenting to demand that our city pass a budget that is for the common good and does not sort of cater to the whims of bonds rating agencies. I think especially in a pandemic, we need a budget that supports public services and public workers. But I think our current proposal, particularly the worst case scenario budget that has been floated, kind of follows this false economic wisdom of cutting waste, which is frequently just social services, public goods, and public investments. I think this is really the exact opposite of the common interest that we need to be looking for in our current, kind of intersection of crises. But, I think that this logic of cutting these services remains, except for the police. Our department is still expecting new hires, new consultancies, and new marketing expenses. It's not to mention nebulous line items like safety equipment. After watching police shoot reporters with rubber bullets, deploy tear gas, and drive SUVs into crowds over the weekend, it makes me extremely uneasy to see that kind of thing in the budget, and I really wonder whose safety it is referring to. I just think the truth is that across the country, the police are too militarized and too militant, and they got that way with public money. I think we need more services for vulnerable people and not more weaponized vehicles for driving into crowds. I think that rather than hire new officers, particularly like is scheduled for January, or keep paying salary to violent police officers, which was pointed out so clearly in this weekend's protests, we need to transition our police department towards more socially useful goals. I think as long as there's slack in this budget for BPD, for recruiting, for new hires, new weapons, new anything, this council should reject the budget. We need to chop from the cops. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. It seems we might have one more. No, I believe that's everyone who's reached out to us for the public forum. So I will close the public forum and move to item 3.01, which is the contract amendment to a design contract for City Hall improvements. And I will see that Martha Keenan is here and Chapin Spencer to speak to this item, and I will turn it over to them in a moment. Let me just set the stage. And Brian Lohe is here too, who has had a leadership role in managing our way through this. I do just want to kind of frame up this item, since it's been some time since we talked about this. The budget last year, after some discussion, did include a $1 million project for renovations of City Hall to deal with many long-standing items. And we did begin that work last year with a contracting with VIA for conceptual design work. And I see Andrea Murray, our architect, on the call. And we did a lot of work with all the different departments in City Hall to move forward concepts since the last time we talked about it. When the pandemic hit, we took another run. We were about to ready to come here, but there has been some further curbing of the budget in recognition of the times that we find ourselves in, which are much more constrained than they were just a few months ago. While they are constrained, I believe that the safety of our employees is paramount, and we have had numerous chilling incidents here in City Hall, and I don't think, even with our budget constraints, that I can look in the eye our colleagues and say we're not moving forward with these investments that are needed to protect safety on all 3 floors of this building. So while I do believe the context is different than when we first started this project, one thing that hasn't changed is that the current design of the building exposes our city team to risks that we can, in a way that I think preserves the kind of New England character and openness of city government. We can do better protecting our city team. And tonight is an important step to get there with this recommendation for an expansion of the design contract. This is not an unplanned expansion. Just to remind people, we initially contracted just for conceptual services. This is now a contract amendment that takes it into the realm where it's time to come back to you and the council for the amendment to take us through construction documents. So with that, I think, am I turning it over to Martha next, or where do we go? Okay, go ahead and take away, Martha.
Thank you very much. So as the mayor has said, is what we're looking for is an amendment to the contract with Vermont Integrated. And they started over a year ago to work on these designs and met at length with all the department heads. We did an extensive work with the employees as well. And I have a little, so the question before you is a contract amendment. What I'm going to give you is I have a little PowerPoint that shows the sort of the history of what we have been doing and where we'd like to go with this contract. So if I may do that, Catherine, is it okay if I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so hopefully you see City Hall improvements, a nice picture of City Hall in front of you. And the goal of almost.
It's taking a minute because it's such a beautiful picture. There it is.
Thank you. So the goals of this is to create a safer and more secure space for both the employees and the public. As the mayor said, we are not doing a complete renovation at this time, and we have cut it back quite a bit. So the background on it is that we first started this last year in our budget presentation, and we had $1 million in our budget in fiscal year 22 address both safety and energy efficiency at City Hall. And we've now trimmed those down, but employee safety can't wait. The actual needs for the building are between $5 and $7 million. So the building needs a renovation completely at some point. What we're doing is an improvement. We're investing about $600,000, or about 10% of what the actual need is in the building at this time. The goals of the improvements, number one, security for employees. Also to increase the energy efficiency of the building, create better levels of service, unified departments. So one of the things that we're doing, payroll from 200 Church Street to City Hall to be with the rest of their cohorts. The attorneys will be put together right now. They are split up, and the IT department is split up, and it will put them all together. It will also provide a level of separation between the public activities and the employee workspaces. And again, just to go, it is not a complete renovation. We have some opportunities. We're going to work towards our net zero opportunities. We have contracted to have energy modeling done of the building to determine what the best steps are that we could go towards a net zero building. We're having long-term mechanical planning done so that we can phase in those items as we have money available. LN Consulting is doing that work, and they are one of the cutting edge firms in the area for energy efficiency within buildings. We are, and BED is helping us with this. We're drilling some test wells for geothermal feasibility to see whether that is a direction we can move in. And BED is doing a 50-50 match with us on that, so we're working with them. We're also looking at insulating the attic, which will create a better envelope for it, which is your number one step in improving a building. Of course, all lighting will go to LED, and each step we take will take us towards our 2030 goals. So I'm going to go through floor by floor, and everybody has a different name for the floor. I'm going with ground floor, main floor, and second floor. So the main work is being done on the ground floor. And the main things are to increase security is We're going to have a new door, which is where you would go down to the old CR12. There will be a door there, and it will become all employee office space on that end of the building. So on the south end of the building will become all employee space. We will still have the men's and women's room. We're adding in a health room and a wellness room. But then on the other side, we will have more offices, and the what was CR12 and is now the Sharon Busher Conference Room will be moved onto that side. It will have easier access from Church Street, double door going in, and it will have a second means of egress, so you can go out the back door into the alley between City Hall and BCA. This is the floor with the most work, but it allows for the most improvement of bringing in payroll, creating our public space. Facing space is directly when people come in, and all the other areas will not be available to the public unless an employee allows them in, but we'll still have our public men's and women's bathrooms. On the main floor, which is where the clerk treasurer is, we're really not doing any work at all. BCA did apply for a grant to improve the auditorium. So we will be improving the audio and lighting within the auditorium from a grant, a state grant. And so that will make, when we are able to go back to the auditorium, it will make things much nicer. So that will be done in coordination with this work that we're doing now. And on the second floor, we are going to do, put a wall, a security wall at the end of the corridor and open up the spaces so that it becomes more of an open office space on the back side. We also are going to, on both sides, when you come up the stairs, there's two gorgeous windows on both sides. And we're going to open those up so that folks can see those. There can be sitting areas there. There is a little break room right now on the City Hall Park side. We're going to move the little refrigerator and add a sink and put that on the wall where the men's room is so that we can make the efficiency of plumbing. But it will bring light into this whole corridor and open that up. We also will be adding some noise dampening along the way. It's, as most people probably know, when they go up those stairs and into that hallway, it echoes and it's quite loud. So we want to keep the beautiful marble floors and all of the historical aspects, but create a means of dampening that noise along the walls. And there are many different means of doing that. And on this floor, again, there is not a tremendous amount of work being done to it. The security, the two sitting areas, and opening up a couple of the walls in the corridor are the majority of work on the second floor. So as we went through this, as previously stated, we had a lot of, we did have a lot of staff engagement. We did a survey and we had 2 meetings to try and understand their employees and then incorporate them wherever we could. We have our new Sharon Busher Conference Room, which is larger than the previous. We are increasing the amount, something we struggle with in all of our buildings is storage. And so we have improved storage here. We have a wellness room with a shower. One of the things that is important is to have that health room for people in all of our buildings eventually, for lactating women and for people who need an ability to just separate for a little bit. Brings together a number of the departments in one spot. It moves people from Church Street, 200 Church Street, opens up lighting, dampens things, creates security and a buffer for city staff and the public for employee safety concerns. and timeline. So we're here today. They're going to start immediately after your approval, should you deem to give it to us, with an RFP to be posted in the beginning of August and a contract award in September, and construction completed by January. Now, you might say, why are we doing it right now? And we're doing it right now because it is an opportune time for us. A number of employees are working remotely, and it's much more efficient to do this work while people are not in the building. And so it's an opportunity. And it's also a time when, as our economy is having challenges, we can invest in our economy by contracting this out and giving work to local companies to do this work. So the capital budget that pays for this is not a part of the general fund operating budget. It's a separate budget. And the monies that are in it were allocated for this. And so it's an opportune time to use that money to help our economy right now. That's it.
Great, thank you, Martha. Is there anyone else? I think we should get this to the board. Just in the interest of time, I guess it's already 6 o'clock. I think we should see if the board has questions.
Absolutely.
President Tracy.
Two questions. For the what happens? I saw that the bike parking is behind the door. Is there an indoor bike parking place for members of the public? And then second piece was, will the audio improvements mean that I won't have to constantly ask people to lean into the mic?
Yes, it will. Or that is the hope. And it's also that if people are doing remote, that people can call in and everyone will be able to hear what people are saying as they call in. And the same with if a counselor has to be remote, it should improve all of those interactions for that audio. For the bike storage, you bring up a really great point, Max. And I think that we're looking at maintaining some of the bike storage that we have already on that left-hand wall that could be for the public, and then having it for the employees within their space.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. And in terms of the one last thing is just in terms of the security, are the doors really the main thing that is going to be providing that additional security? Is that what the thought is?
Yes, so they will be using the same key cards that we use now. So those doors will be electronically locked and scheduled as others. And so all employees will be able to go through them easily for areas, for instance, where payroll is meeting with other people. We've been talking about having a doorbell that could ring for the payroll so they would know that someone is there and they could go get them. But yes, the doors and having them be locked is the buffer, the separation from them to keep people from just wandering into various spaces, which is what occurs now.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, or perhaps we're ready for a motion from the board?
I have a quick question. Yes.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Marta, for the presentation. And the question is specific to what pool of money will this investment be coming from? You said it's not from the general public money. And also the second question, it seems you are asking us to increase the budget, but I wanted to know why, since the RFP had not even been shared out yet. So it's a two component, maybe you got them both.
Great.
So thank you very much, Counselor. Yes, the budget that I carry is a capital budget, and it comes from many different funds, but mainly from general obligation bonds. And so they are, when we bond or the voters approve the bonding for these, they have specific things that they can go towards for capital projects. And City Hall was one of those projects that was approved as we drew on that money for that general obligation bond. So it is not revenues that are gained from another source. So my main budget is from general obligation bonds and uses impact fees, penny for parks, street capital, mainly other sources than regular revenues that go towards the general fund. Now, the reason the RFP that will be put out will actually be for the construction work, and the contract today that we're asking an amendment for is for the architect to do the specifications for that construction and then aid my team in the oversight of the construction as it occurs.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
Yeah, as somebody who worked in that building for a little over 18 years, I can tell you that these improvements have been contemplated for that period of time and for the last 6 years since or 5 years since I left the city. So it is I think it's a wise investment, both in terms of preserving an important piece of the city's infrastructure, providing both the employees with a decent workspace. There were days in the summer when staff would be let to go home at about 3 in the afternoon because the building was so unbearable. So it really is a difficult space. The safety issues are real. They've gotten, I think, more real as time has gone on. And I think just for the public's benefit, Councilor Jang asked the question that I think helped us get to the point where I want to get, which is city dollars are very restricted as far as how we can use certain dollars for certain things. And the term fungible is what's often used. So it's not fungible, meaning it's not interchangeable from a project like this to covering shortfalls in revenue for other departments, for instance. So I think it's important that we say that over and over again for taxpayers to understand that capital dollars have to, by law, be used for capital improvement, capital investments that have a longer term impact and aren't part of our immediate operating needs. But I also just want to ask Martha, if you are doing any energy performance contracting to help ensure that the savings in energy can help to cover some of the costs of the bond.
We're working very closely with BED on this, and then with LN, and Andrea is helping as well on that. So we are hoping to have tremendous rebates, so that will be available both through Vermont Gas and Burlington Electric for this. And we're excited to find out whether geothermal is feasible or not as a means of cooling and heating the building. Champlain has had some huge success with geothermal on their buildings, and there are tremendous initiatives to go to that type of cooling and heating. So we are working strongly with all of them on that.
Great, I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I mean, it's an interesting project. I'm sure we could keep discussing it. I am getting a little concerned about how much else we have to do on the agenda tonight. I'm hoping we're ready for a vote, but this is an important item. Is there any other burning questions? Okay. I don't believe we have a motion on the item yet. Thank you, Councilor Jang.
Yep, I would like to make the motion to approve and recommend to the City Council for the design, construction, document, and project management services at City Hall by increase of total contract amount of $36,063 to an amount not to exceed $135,000, subject to final review and approval by the City Attorney.
Thank you, Councilor. Second. We'll record the second as Councilor Paul, and now we will, if there's no more discussion, go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. Thank you, Martha, and
Thank you.
the team for your hard work on this, and thank you to the board for the support of this important project. 3.02, request for approval for $270,000 for long line painting, traffic paint Stencils is a DPW item. Let's see, is the board ready to go straight to a motion on this? Councilor Paul?
Yes, I make a motion to approve and recommend that the council authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract with LD Painting for a maximum limiting amount of $270,000 for the provision of long line pavement markings, traffic paint, and stencils, subject to the approval of the city attorney.
Excellent. Seconded by President Tracy. Discussion. Any questions? Looks like we may be ready to act. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. Let's get those lines painted. Always exciting moment in the city when things are freshened up there. So thanks for your work bringing this forward.
Thank you all.
All right. Sorry, I just gotta screwed this up here for a moment. Here we go. 3.03. This is the Leddy Park tennis court reconstruction, Parks Recreation and Waterfront item. How would the board like to proceed on this item? Are we ready for a motion, or would you like some kind of overview?
I mean, I would make the motion unless others want an overview.
We'll take the motion. We can always come back for questions. So motion by Councilor Paul, seconded by Councilor Pine. Now the floor is open for questions. President Tracy.
Similar to the issue on City Hall Park in terms of the funding spending, this is penny for parks money, is that correct? And therefore could not be moved to any other area?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you both. 3.04 authorization for a $2.56 million loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund for the upgrade of the stormwater collection system. DPW item, we have Shape and Spencer here, and maybe others. I see Megan on the queue there too. Councilor Pine.
I just wanted to move approval, and I will, move approval actually. Just.
Thank you. Is there a second? President Tracy, seconds. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Jang.
Yes, and was just wondering if Chapin or Megan can reiterate again, this is part of the larger bond that the voters of Burlington have approved for 30 million. You know, is it part of it, kind of?
Go ahead,
Yes, Councilor Chang, you are correct. Indeed, this is the stormwater collection system component of the Clean Water Resiliency Plan that voters approved overwhelmingly in November 2018.
Wonderful.
This will reline approximately 13% of our dedicated stormwater collection system.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Councilor Pine.
I think given what just happened recently with about 1 million gallons during that storm, could you just speak to what impact this project will have, if any, and really what order of magnitude we need to be looking at in terms of an investment to keep that from happening again soon?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Pine. Over this weekend, as you may have seen in a statement that we issued on Saturday, as part of that very large storm event on Friday night, the plant had effluent that did not meet our stringent state standards, and upon quick work of staff, it was understood to be a challenge with our disinfection system at the main wastewater plant. We have worked with the council and brought forward the Clean Water Resiliency Plan, which indeed at its core is looking at modernizing much of the city's aged infrastructure in wastewater and stormwater, including the disinfection system. The issue that happened on Friday night was not an exact similar, it was not an exact same issue that had happened previously in 2018 when we had a number of challenges at our wastewater plant, but was connected to the overall disinfection system where we have had past failures. The disinfection system is slated for overhaul this year. And it, thanks to the council's support of the wastewater component of the Clean Water Resiliency Plan previously, we are actively out to bid for that work that will happen later this year to upgrade our disinfection system and our SCADA system, our computer logic control system for the plants.
And then just a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, is I've kind of lost track of where we are on the sort of rate restructuring to ensure that low-income ratepayers are getting at least a little bit of relief on the rates and the bills, basically. Yeah. So if you could speak to that, just a high level.
Yeah.
Sure. Happy to. Mayor, do you want to start? You want me to?
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay, great. Yes, the council, with the approval of the FY20 budget, directed staff to bring forward a rate study to the council for its consideration. We had procured a consultant and had made good progress on it. We had provided a brief presentation to the Board of Finance prior to COVID, and then COVID hit. We have been working hard to budget for FY21 and have, at this point, we feel confident that we can bring forward a budget with a 0% rate increase for FY21. And given the engagement challenges with COVID and the fact that there are thousands of customers that we need to substantively engage in this conversation, we thought it best to put the rate study on hold, bring forward an FY21 budget that had no rate increase, and then take the additional time over FY21, work substantively with the new council to bring forward a change either mid-year potentially. We could adjust rates as of Jan 1, but probably more likely for FY20.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, Mr. Chapin, to the previous question of Councilor Pine, it would be imperative also to highlight, especially for the community, that approving this loan to finish the project of upgrade and collection system does not necessarily mean such issues that happened the past couple of days won't happen again. But the city will proactively work to ensure that we don't have these similar problems in the future. But not if we do this construction, it's not solving the issue itself.
Thanks, Councilor Jang. This bond authorization would be for the stormwater collection system, and you're correct that this is for the dedicated stormwater system. We also have another system, the combined sewer and stormwater system in the city that brings stormwater and sewage to the wastewater treatment plants. That is separate from this improvement that we're seeking the councilors vote on tonight.
Thank you.
You all had already approved, just as Megan Moyer, Assistant Director, you had already approved similar collection system improvements to the combined and sanitary system, I believe in March, although I'm losing track of time.
Yeah, yes, you're absolutely right. But I think even back then, it was communicated to us. If we do the project you proposed to the council back then, it doesn't necessarily fix the problem that we have, but it will be just an ongoing effort to bring Burlington to the highest standard in terms of water, collection water, sewage, and all of that.
That is correct. This is basically to make sure that the existing system works, that we don't have that pipes that collapse, which could also cause problems like backups. But the issue of the backups that we see, which are part of a much larger capacity issue, this will not specifically address. That is part of some of the remaining work that we have to do as part of the bond. some of the long-term control plans where we're looking at preventing untreated combined sewer overflows. And then all of the upgrades that we're making at the wastewater treatment plant are going to make our system more robust to these types of events and make sure that we have the proper redundancies in place, that Friday's event, won't happen. Make sure our operators have all the tools at their disposal to do even a better job than they're already doing.
Excellent, thank you.
Excellent. Not seeing any further hands. I think we might be ready to go forward with the vote. We do have a motion and second already, so we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And thank you, Chapin and Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now are at 3.06, so we may not be done with you yet. The Stormwater System Revenue Supplemental Bond Resolution number 1. Are we ready for a motion here?
Did we do 3.05? I thought we did 3.04.
Oh, you're quite right. Thank you, Councilor Paul. So sorry, 3.05, Stormwater System Revenue General Bond Resolution adopted June 2020. Are we ready for motion, or how would the board like to proceed?
I would move approval as proposed.
Second.
Excellent. Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 3.06, Stormwater System Revenue Supplemental Bond Resolution. Welcome motion here.
I'll move the resolution. I'll move to approve the attached resolution.
Excellent.
Second.
Second by Councilor Jang. Discussion. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us now to authorization for short-term public improvement bonds. Clerk treasurer item. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I would move to recommend that the council approve the attached resolution.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Floor is open for discussion or questions. All right.
Yep.
Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Yes, was just wondering if a brief overview, because it seems we're talking about different departments here.
Good. Catherine, would you like to do this?
Rich, if you're on, I think you might be in the best place to provide a quick overview.
Rich, are you there? If not, I can.
Yeah, I can too. It's okay.
Oh, I see Rich there. Rich, if you're trying to speak to us, you need to unmute yourself.
Rich, I just unmuted you.
Thank you. So this is Rich Goodwin, and
Some background.
yeah, I just set that up.
We're still getting a kind of feedback loop, Rich, if you have two mics open.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's still kind of distorted. Why don't I start while you try to straighten that out, Rich? I mean, and Councilor Jang, let me just give the brief overview. If you want to go further than this, you can keep going. The charter authorizes the Burlington Electric Department, the city, CIP, the sort of core city, and the school district each to have borrowing authority, bonding authority every year, a certain amount without going to the voters. And it's $2 million for the school district, $2 million for the city, and $3 million for the Burlington Electric Department. This would authorize this to go forward. And this is exactly actually the source that Martha Keenan was speaking about previously, that having this is what we pay for our capital improvements out of every year. And for the last couple of years, this and actually this would be maybe useful to, if it's not in the materials here, I didn't think of it, but maybe next time we do this, it'd be good to see this in the view of the whole, this is 2 million that goes towards our borrowing cap and the school district's borrowing cap. But we're well below those caps with these allocations.
Below.
Yeah. Go further though. Sorry, are there further? I was just saying, Councilor Jen, that's a quick overview. Would you like further clarification?
Yes, yes, no problem. And I think there are just two items that are a little bit that I need more explanation to, as to why sometimes we allow some bonds to be bought, by a private placement entity. And also was just wondering if what is the Burlington School District asking, those 2 million is part of the 19 million capital plan that the voters already approved for them also a couple years ago. Wanted to just know if there is a correlation with those 19 million and what they're requesting right now.
So my memory of the school district's plans when they laid it out for us and we approved the two big bonds, the 19 million and the 70 million for the high school, they were very clear that that was in addition, all their projections included doing this 2 million of annual borrowing as well. So this was part of that package that they presented and that we got comfortable with when we had a big discussion last year. Your question about
why short-term bonds may be sold to a private placement.
Yeah, that's an interesting detail that I'm not sure I can speak to exactly. Is Rich or Catherine, can you take that?
What is the exact question? I'm not sure I understood it.
So on the resolution, line 33, 34, be it further resolved that such short-term bonds may be sold in a private placement public offering. I don't understand what that really means.
So I think that is referring to the fact that what we are actually referring to here is a bond anticipation note and not actually taking out new bond money. In the memo, we laid out the advantages of this in terms of not incurring new debt and allowing us flexibility. But I believe, and Eileen can correct me because I didn't work on the resolution, but we can only keep these bond anticipation notes for 18 months. They have to be refinanced within that time. And if we decide to pursue those bonds or do some refinancing in that time, I believe that's what that language refers to. Eileen, could you confirm that?
So this is Rich Goodwin. I would agree that, yes, eventually we'll go out to the market and we'll do a public offering to convert these bond anticipation notes into the bonds. And that will take place most likely within 12 to 18 months.
Councilor Pine.
If I could just add, the private placement benefit is that it lowers transaction costs. So when you're not going out to market, you can do a much simpler transaction and save those costs. So that's the advantage to the city in doing it that way. So it really is a cost saver on that short term that Catherine referred to. This is short-term borrowing that will then be refinanced into longer-term notes, I understand.
That is correct.
Councilor Paul.
The same actually applies in all of these cases. I mean, the reason why it's saying a private placement, a public offering, or a negotiated sale is because it's a short-term instrument, and the cheapest way that we could possibly do it is the way that we should do it. So the resolution is basically covering all the possible ways that this bond could be issued, or the notes could be issued.
Okay. Further questions? If not, I am trying to get us to the budget part of the discussion, so we do have some good time there. So I'm not seeing any further hands, so we'll go to a vote. We do already have a motion on this, I'm pretty sure, right? So we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to our last action item, the 3.0, sorry, I guess we had the amended item too. So 3.08, we got two more before we get to the budget. 3.08, authorization for bond anticipation notes for the school district capital improvements. And
So moved.
excellent. Is there a second? Second by President Tracy. Discussion. Seeing no hands, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now that brings us to the amended item 3.09, which I'm still not seeing up on the agenda. So I might need some help. Maybe Catherine, can you just summarize accurately for people exactly how to, the title? I mean, this is the CDBG home action plan. I see Luke McGowan's here. And
Yes. So if you want to look at the materials, it is now item 4.20 on the city council consent agenda. And this follows up on the presentation that was made last week with the 1-year citizen participation plan and the action plan from CEDO. And I don't know if you'd like an overview from Luke. I'm sure he would be happy to give you one.
yeah, it's up to the board. President Tracy.
I just ask for Director McGowan to highlight any substantive changes from last year to this year in what is being recommended, because this is an annual report or an annual thing that we do, the CAPER, and so it'd be helpful to understand what's changed and why.
Happy to speak to that. I mean, the action that we're seeking now is approval of the action plan, the project recommendations for 2020, and approval of the incorporation of the supplemental COVID funds, which is kind of the most significant difference, is we're essentially asking for approval to accept these supplemental funds that HUD has made available. That's the kind of most significant change.
And are you able, Director McGowan, to just go over the different amounts of the additional CDBG funds again, and why those amounts were chosen?
Yep. So the two kind of major buckets of money are, one, I think it's $765,000 of CDBG funds that were coming as part of the 2020 allocation. We've essentially said, let's accept those and follow the CDBG Advisory Board's recommendations for how to allocate them. The second bucket is the supplemental COVID funds, which was a total of $450,000. And we've essentially said, let's split that in half towards two pressing community needs: one, rental assistance, and two, small business relief.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so floor is open for a motion or further questions.
I would move to approve authorization to submit the 2020 Burlington 1-year action plan, amended 2019 Burlington 1-year action plan, and the amended citizen participation plan as proposed.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Jang. Further discussion. All right, Luke, thank you for your team's hard work on this. This was kind of an unusual additional exercise this year, and I appreciate the effort and these are certainly the two areas of massive need that we have heard, that I think having these, the way I'm seeing this, for what it's worth to the board, is, we have certainly at the state level a lot of money having come from the federal government that they're looking to allocate out. And we've heard a lot about these rental assistance, millions of dollars to rental assistance at the state level. They're looking at millions of dollars in economic development programs. Having this authorization with our own CDBG money allows us to kind of fill in the gaps. There are going to be cracks in the safety net in this pandemic, and how hastily, some of these programs have been put together. This allows us to have some supplemental funding to, address needs that don't get met from these other levels of government. I think it's fortunate that we have this allocation, and I appreciate how it's been designed flexibly by the team. So with that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Again, thank you, Luke, to you and your team that's worked on it.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Good. So that gives us almost a full half hour before the warn time for the council meeting to speak further about the FY21 budget. And let me just say a few remarks to kick things off. You should have seen up there now, we do have 2 new documents as of Friday that were include significant additional materials beyond the last conversation we had about the budget about a week and a half ago. This is just to remind people again where we are in this process. We have tonight's discussion. We will have another discussion next Monday which is another opportunity for input into this budget before the administration finalizes its budget and hands it over to the council. We are also next Monday going to be going through all the enterprise fund accounts, and we hope to be able to get them all presented and discussed next week. If there is some chance in that some of these budgets also have gone through a lot of change and permutation that we may need a second session next week. There's significant progress on this budget versus the last time we talked to it. I hope the council sees responsiveness to some of the concerns that were raised on a variety of items. From a big picture perspective, we, through a combination of getting some new information in about our revenues, and that's slightly to, modestly to the good, combined with the proposed, as you can see in the budget materials, release of another major reserve, because we think we have addressed largely those needs through other measures. This is a healthcare reserve that had been set aside and now largely addressed through this new healthcare services contract that we have in place. And through really sort of further refinement, another week and a half worth of work on this budget with the department head team, we have shrunk the gap. If you remember when we first talked about this budget, we were looking at something approaching a $12 million gap between $10 million in lost revenues, assumed lost revenues for next year, plus $2 million of committed additional expenses. That, by the last time we really had a detailed conversation about this, we have reduced that down. From my perspective, we still had about a $3 million problem last time, and that we had $1.8 million of departmental cuts that weren't fully defined and that had the potential to be significant job actions. Plus, we were pursuing, at that point, we thought we needed $1.2 million in essentially wage freezes for current staff. Where we are now is that once $12 million, then $3 million problem is now down to about an $870,000 problem, and that is even with some of the for specific initiatives that the council raised last time restored. It's about $870,000. Zero 8 years ago, we were in the red by basically $9 million at that point. And had we been hit by the pandemic 8 years ago when we were in that situation, and when I really think we would have had, it's hard to imagine how we would have dealt with it. We would have had a almost existential crisis. I think we might be talking about receivership had that happened at that point, because I don't know how we would have been able to keep deal with such a crisis then. It is a very different thing to be dealing with the crisis, having the liquidity we do. We are using that liquidity. We're using the rainy day fund for this storm, and we are using that to keep from having to make very painful cuts in services, and really deepen the recession by cutting back, by cutting back dramatically on investments and cutting back on salary payments. We're able to avoid that because we have this very substantial unassigned fund balance built up, and that is something we have done together. And I think, if I'm following your point, I think your question was, or I'm not sure if this is your question or not, but I do, if I took your point to be, I do see us when we get to the other side of this thing, and maybe that's next year, or maybe it's the fiscal year after that. I would hope that the administration and the council together would continue to do the same kind of prudent budgeting and conservative budgeting that allowed us to, year after year, be putting some money away each year so that we had these reserves that we have now. I think the wisdom of those decisions we have made together to set aside dollars for problems in a world of uncertainty and in a world of risk is really shown itself. Like, I don't think any of us imagined we would need it the way we need it now, but we really do. Thank goodness we have it. And I do think on the other side of this, we should return to that ethic as opposed to, and stay consistent with the policies that we've set up together, including the unassigned fund balance policy. I hope that answers your question. I'm not certain.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I think you even added something that I didn't ask. But here is another question, though, and I think you were involved in those emails, Catherine and Mr. Goodwin, as well as Max Tracy, about the backlog that currently exists around some former city employees to access their, pensions, pension funds, and was just wondering if this budget will include some provision in making sure that those who serve the city greatly will not have to wait to get some compensation from the city.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Catherine, I was on some of those emails. You might be better positioned to speak to that point, if you.
If I could, I'm not sure what is being discussed. The full Board of Finance was not privy to that.
Sure. Let me give you a quick briefing. I think some of the rest of you have come to me with pretty similar issues. As you know, previous personnel who were working in retirement administration left at the end of 2019, left fairly suddenly. There's a big backlog of work. There also was not a complete handover. So Rich and Alicia have been working hard on that, all of those backlogs of cases. But in a couple of rare cases, some of you have brought to our attention constituents who were having problems and couldn't get attention elsewhere. And so Councilor Jang brought one of those to us, and Rich was able to work quickly to help bring resolution to the issue, or at least really get it moving towards resolution last week. And so I think Councilor Jang's point is, are we cutting too much out of the clerk treasurer's office, or are we doing something in that budget that would help alleviate the problem? So I'll start, and then Rich, if there's anything I missed, please jump in. Right now, we're in probably the worst time for retirement administration because of all of these factors I mentioned. And then we're moving towards outsourcing the administration, which will happen at some point in July. Once that happens and employees, retirees, everybody can call H&H, they can look up their information online, you know, like in the 21st century. They'll have a number to call that isn't somebody at the city who no longer works there. Things will really improve a lot. But over these next 2 months, I need to be honest that things are still a little bit, they're just crazy with the budget and with trying to get all of the retirement stuff moved over. And it means we're kind of running double systems while we run on this side, and we're running with the new retirement administrator to make sure the tests go well and that everything is set for the transition. So we are really working on improvements that I think you will start to see by August or September. But if constituents bring you things, please bring them to me or Rich. We are trying to clean them up as much as possible. And I do think the plan that we have for FY21 will lead to a much smoother system for everyone for retirement.
Councilor Paul and then Councilor Pine.
Thank you. So thanks for that clarification. As it turns out, as you know, Catherine, I had a similar situation of someone who had called a number of times, had not received a call back, and just wanted also to simply say that Rich handled it in lightning speed, and the resident was very happy. Also wanted to point out the redo on the website for retirement administration. I think everything that could be there now, I think is there, and a lot of work, and kudos to Rich and Alicia who did, I think, the lion's share of that work. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Pine.
I was wondering on the positions that are being left open, at least one, maybe more, are not general fund positions. So I don't see the savings in holding back on hiring, for instance, the lead program specialist. That's entirely federally funded. So what's the savings there? You can't use those. Those are not fungible dollars.
I believe that, I don't know if Luke is still on. Oh, he is. That says lead program specialist, because that is what is showing up in New World. But I am not, I recall in my conversation with the new finance and administration director from CEDO, I'm not sure that is entirely accurate. And so I apologize if that is confusing. Let me check into that, but it is certainly, we've had long conversations with CEDO about what is grant funded, what is allocated where. So it is certainly our intention for that to be a general fund position. So I'll just want to double check on that.
And along those lines, with the reappraisal coming up, I'm just wondering what impact leaving a vacant position in the assessor's office will have on the ability to actually complete that reappraisal process and go through what will be many, many taxpayers seeking relief or seeking their assessment to be adjusted.
So I have spoken with John Vickery about that, and we do have a plan to be able to handle that volume, including being able to use some consulting services. He has somebody retiring from his office, and so then the idea is, instead of replacing it, leaving that position vacant, but being able to consult short term when the need arises instead of a full-time position.
And I know we need to wrap up, but since there were comments during public forum about whether or not we should be filling positions in the police department, there's actually a fair number of positions remaining vacant in the police department. So could someone just speak to that issue? That would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Pine. That would be helpful. Chief Morrison, welcome.
So Councilor Pine, thanks for the question. One of the reasons why we were able to leave 12 positions vacant for the first half of the fiscal year is because we still have tremendous lack of clarity about whether or not there will even be a police academy to train new officers. So normally by now, by June 1st, we have as many officers as we think we're going to put through the August 1st academy. We have them almost completely finished with their hiring process, and we onboard them in early July, do 3 weeks of in-house orientation and send them off to the academy. We don't even know if there's going to be an academy yet because of COVID-19. So we feel that because of COVID-19, that we are probably not going to be able to fill the vacancies that exist currently. So we felt comfortable leaving those 12 existing vacancies open with the hopes that we can get operations back to normal or modified normal and fill at least 4 of those and any positions that we may lose to turnover between now and then to put through in the January academy. So that's how we were able to work those numbers. It really is only because of the COVID-19 crisis that we're comfortable doing that.
And for your staff, have you also seen a decline in the number of calls, or has it remained about steady as far as demand on staff, as far as workload?
Well, the answer to that, if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, would have been a decline in the usual and customary. The bar closing stuff obviously wasn't happening. And a lot of those similar type calls, there were no students around, everybody went home, noise calls were down. But in the last 2 weeks, it's really picked up the volume. And then prior to that, also, we were doing a lot of what we call COVID-19 compliance checks and things that we just previously never would have been doing. So the call volume was definitely down, but we were staying very busy doing what we were doing. And of course, we had several very serious incidents kind of in short order back to back in that time frame.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to make sure, I want to make sure we're on the same page on this. I think the police department somewhat uniquely the turnover, just the nature of a police department, of a police officer's career is such that if we have a department with 105 sworn officers, every year there's considerable turnover. So while some of the, there are new hires planned every year, in no way, I think it's important for the public to understand what is proposed in this budget is in no way an expansion of the number of police officers working for the city. We have hiring to do every year to keep the same level of officers. And in fact, this budget has unusually high amount of vacancies that than a normal year's budget would have, and that will have some impact on the number of officers that we are able to keep, to have on the department at any one time. Did I get that right, Chief? Was that accurate?
Yes, sir, you did.
Right.
Yes, you did great. Thanks.
All right. President Tracy, I saw a hand, and sorry, and I do invite other non-Board of Finance counselors into the conversation here, and I think I saw Councilor Hightower next, and then Councilor Tracy. Who else would like to get in the queue? You can just raise your hand if you'd like me to put you in the queue. Go ahead, Councilor Hightower. You're muted.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I guess first, I want to say thank you, recognize this budget. I think it's much closer to what we wanted to see, and that I think that was tremendous effort across all the departments. Just for reference for others out there, it's about 1.8 less than last year, but also 3.7 higher than 2 years ago, which I think is close to the rate of inflation. So it doesn't, to me, really reflect a austerity budget that we usually saw, which I really appreciate. And also the administration's efforts to kind of get the savings up to get us there, even while keeping within the 5% savings. I guess I wanted to, this is both questions and comments, and I don't know if I need all of them answered now, but I wanted to flag them. There were 3 places or 3 departments where we kind of saw an increase in the budget, which was the mayor's office barely, human resources and fire. I know where fire is coming from because of the increase in services, but would be curious to hear about the other 2, particularly human resources. To the police department budget, there's an overall reduction, but there is an increase of about $290K, I believe, in the staff budget. There's also an overtime increase, bringing the overall overtime to $760. And then there's a specialized equipment ask, which was $51K in 2018, $75K in 2019, then went all the way to $105 in this year's budget. And there's an $86K ask for the next fiscal budget. And I think especially on those last 2 items, I don't know why our practice has been to have such a high overtime rate for our police department, but I find it a little bit worrying. I don't necessarily want our police force to be overworked. Doesn't seem like a great solution to me. And the specialized equipment, I just don't know what that is. I don't feel comfortable approving a budget that has an item like that in there, especially given kind of where we're at in this moment. So I can go ahead and say pretty confidently, I wouldn't approve a budget that has specialized equipment in it without some kind of understanding of what exactly that is and what it's limited to, and or please commission oversight on those purchases. Great. And then the last point that I had, the last points that I had were the city council budget. Just wanted to flag, it looks like you zeroed out previous counselors, but didn't include new counselors, which made a budget of 70K. I think it should maybe be 110K. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if that was intentional. And then on regional programs, I just being a new counselor, I think I'm less familiar with some of the things. So if at some point I could ask someone what 764 is, the regional services GBIC, 822, what deleting the CATMA budget would do, and 828, what the Heinbuch Senior Center is and why we're upping that. So thank you both, that's all.
All right, excellent. Why don't, great. So let's get Councilor Hightower her detailed questions on the items at the end. There's a lot in there. Let's make sure we get Councilor Hightower questions, anything we don't address right here. Chief, can you speak to the specialized equipment, what that is budgeted for. And then I'm not sure if maybe Catherine, if you can speak to this, the HR issue.
Okay. So briefly, I just want to say, I did not anticipate being on this call when I'm at home and I don't have the budget folder with me. So I've just texted Lise to ask her exactly which line item that is. Happy to send it out or do whatever. I can speak briefly to the overtime line. If you look at the actual amount we've spent each year, it has vastly gone over what's been budgeted. And my emphasis since I came on board has been to try and budget at realistic numbers and not rely so heavily on attrition savings, which of course, when we're surrendering, saying we're willing to give you 12 positions for the first half of the year, we have very little attrition saving that we anticipate. So that's the answer for the overtime budget, is that it's been artificially low for years. We spent something like $300,000 more than was budgeted in 2019, FY 2019. So trying to get realistic numbers in the right lines has been my mission. And I can get you the info on the specialized equipment. I just don't have it at my fingertips.
Thanks. That's totally fine with the specialized equipment. I guess that doesn't really answer my question into why do we have a $760,000 overtime budget? Like why is our police force so chronically working overtime, which just does not seem like a smart move. Like we don't want our police officers to be stressed out and working overtime every week.
A large part of overtime in policing is not controlled overtime. It's because of large incidents, a shooting or a homicide investigation where you incur massive amounts of overtime in a short period of time. That line, I mean, that's like an all-inclusive line. Like July 3rd, we usually have 60 some odd police officers working. And that's a lot of overtime too. So there's a lot of things in that bucket, and that covers detectives and the uniformed services throughout the entire year. When you have to stay late to cover for someone when there's been somebody who called out sick or a lengthy investigation, et cetera. Callbacks when you have to go to traffic court or go to court to testify. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that bucket. So my goal had been to make it a more realistic number instead of overspending an artificially low number that had been budgeted.
I do want to just, since it was raised in multiple comments in the public forum, just make sure, I mean, you know, we'll get you the answer on what's in the specialized equipment line for this year. It certainly, there has been a great emphasis for many years on moving away from kind of anything that would be kind of considered militarization of the police department. We severed back in 2015 our last ties to the military in terms of having, you know, there are some departments to this day that take significant amounts of surplus military equipment or equipment that's been used by the military and incorporate them into the police department. We don't do that in Burlington, and we're not going to start doing that. We'll get you the answer onto what the specialized equipment actually is.
Sir, I can tell you what some of it is.
Okay.
If you're talking about line item 6211, specialized equipment, is that Councilor Hightower what you're referring to? So that is Axon cameras, the body cameras, the tasers, and the various supplies like training cartridges, etc. Duty gear, body armor, so vests for officers for body armor, and the carriers that their vests go in. So that's the specialized equipment. It's not really optional stuff. That's the de rigueur stuff for policing. I hope that answers your question, but I'm happy to send you the entire list if that's helpful to you.
Great, that'd be awesome, Jen. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we'll try to kind of review the tape, Councilor Hightower, and make sure anything that wasn't addressed. I think the biggest other item you raised was understanding the HR line and why there's an increase there. Is that what that was the question?
Yes.
Catherine, can you speak to that?
Yes. So as you all know, our HR department is in flux. So we did not have leadership to engage on the cost-cutting exercise. So out of an abundance of caution, we essentially left the budget the way it was. We did, however, add in the cost of our new racial equity director. Those costs will be funded out of the HR budget moving forward. That has not been the case this year, so that looks like an additional cost in HR, and $50,000 for her work. So that's why it appears to be an increase. When we have an HR director, we can work with that person, or at least some more clarity, we can work with that person on sort of what cuts would be appropriate, but the racial equity work will of course still increase that budget.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, President Tracy was who I had next.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so I do, I have heard a, growing chorus, especially over the weekend. And again, we heard it again in public forum with regards to the police budget. So I do think that we should continue to have a substantive conversation around that. I'm feeling like we're a little rushed right now. And I know that in the agenda that had originally been sent out, that there was a Thursday date that was held, June 4th. So this Thursday, and when you initially kicked this off, you didn't mention that, but I would suggest that we take advantage of that day that we've held, given that we really just started to get into this, and I'm sure other counselors have a lot of questions on it. So just wanting to see, given that it's almost 7:15, and really only a couple of counselors have gotten to ask questions. So what's the receptivity to taking advantage of the date that was identified as a potential day in the budget calendar for further work session?
I agree, President Tracy. It is the rest of the agenda took a while to get through, and it is feeling like we're getting close to the public forum time. So unless suddenly it seems there are no more questions after you're done here, I would tend to agree that we may need. I'm open to it.
I would say that we should just take advantage of it. I think it was supposed to slotted for 5:30 for Thursday, and that was sent out, so people were told to hold it as an option. And so my preference would be that we do go forward with that budget session as we had reserved, just given the fact that so many counselors have not gotten a chance to ask questions yet.
I think it's a fair point, President Tracy. I think we're gonna have to do that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm open to it. I've held it, so I will. I would do it. I welcome feedback if others are opposed to that, but that would be my intention.
I would be in favor of that as well.
Okay, great. Are you seeking to end this session now at this point to get to the main session, or do you want to keep going for another few minutes?
I would prefer that. Chief of Staff Riddell has let me know that we do have over 20 people signed up for public forum. So I would like to get us into that meeting and recognize, and then, give folks a chance to continue the questioning on Thursday's budget session starting at 5:30.
Okay.
Sound amenable to you, Mr. Mayor?
It is. I'm wondering, I see Deputy Chief Murad has just put his camera on. I didn't know if there was something that from the immediate discussion we just passed that you were hoping to address. I'm saying maybe not. So, okay. So then let's, yes. So I think just to wrap up, anyone who hasn't come in yet, you might want to kind of look at the recording of the discussion till now. We shouldn't repeat on Thursday, I would say, the kind of overarching comments that we just had in the terms of the differences between this budget versus the one we presented a week and a half ago. There have been significant positive steps since then. It is captured in the memo. My opening remarks also spoke to it in some detail. We will have a meeting on Thursday at 5:30, and we will pick up, we'll go straight into additional questions from there. Other than somehow we will also make sure that the unanswered Councilor Hightower questions either get answered in writing or as part of a presentation there on Thursday. So with that, the Board of Finance is adjourned at 7:15 on Monday, June 1st. And over to you, President Tracy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will convene the Burlington City Council at 7:15. Before we get into our agenda, before we do anything tonight, I just want to recognize that we are in one of the most challenging moments in really our nation's history, I would say, and a particularly horrific moment for our nation, one of tremendous brutality, horrific brutality. And I would like for the full council to have a moment of silence in memory of Mr. George Floyd tonight. So let's observe a moment of silence for Mr. Floyd. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Now, in somewhat interesting counterpoint, and I intentionally put this before the Pledge of Allegiance, because I think it's a really interesting counterpoint to some of the words in the Pledge of Allegiance. But I would now ask that folks please rise and think about the words that are in this and how they align with what's actually happening in our country right now. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
one nation under God.
Thank you very much. So we will now go into item number 1, which is a motion to amend and adopt the agenda. Councillor Stromberg, are you prepared to make that motion?
I am.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I move to amend adopt agenda as follows. Note written material for consent item 4.13, communication Jeffrey A. Paget, Assistant Director for Parking and Traffic, interim, with the action to approve and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract with L&D Painting with a maximum limiting amount of $270,000 for the provision of long line pavement markings, traffic paint, and stencils, subject to approval by City Attorney's Office. Add to the consent agenda item 4.19 FIO document, remove from the agenda item 5.05 resolution authorization to submit 2020 Burlington 1-year action plan, amended 2019 Burlington 1-year action plan. I'm sorry, new action plan, and amend citizen participation plan per councilors, councilors Pine, Carpenter, and Board of Finance, and place it on the consent agenda as item 4.20 per City Council President Tracy. Remove the Board of Finance as a co-sponsor of this agenda item per City Attorney Blackwood. Note an updated version for agenda item 5.01, communication Mayor Moreau Weinberger regarding mayoral appointments for fiscal year 2021 per COS Riddell. Note PowerPoint slides for agenda item 5.06, communication Martha Keenan, Capital and Asset Program Manager Brian Lowe, Chief Innovative Officer, and Catherine Shad, Chief Administration Officer, regarding BIA contract. Amendment for City Hall improvements per Martha Keenan. Note councilors Hanson, Tracy, Stromberg, and Hightower as co-sponsors for agenda item 5.04 resolution, just economy charter changes per Councilor Freeman. And to the deliberative agenda item 5.08 resolution COVID exemption for vacation use policy, with the action plan to waive the reading and adopt the resolution per City Attorney Blackwood. Note written material and title change for this agenda item per CAO Blackwood. I think that might be a typo. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any discussion on the agenda at this point? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We will now go to item 1.02, which is a motion to further amend the agenda with the addition of agenda item 5.09, resolution condemning the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officer and respectfully requesting the mayor to order and raise the Black Lives Matter flag at City Hall for the duration of COVID-19 emergency. Council, is there a motion on that from Councillor Jang? Councillor Jang, go ahead.
Yep, I would like to make a motion to further amend the agenda with the additional of agenda item 509, resolution condemning the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis officers, and to respectfully requesting the mayor of Burlington, Wayne Weinberger, to order and raise Black Lives Matter at City Hall for the duration of COVID-19 emergency. Councillor Jang, Carpenter, Paul, Polino, Pine, Shannon, and Part Councillor Jang.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Is there a second to the motion? Councillor Hightower has the second. Any discussion about the further amendment to the agenda? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move into item number 2, which is the public forum. If folks are interested in the public forum, again, please email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. That's publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. That will get you in the queue and we'll be able to identify you. It is helpful if folks are able to rename use the rename function just so that they're identifiable and we can activate your microphone at the time. We've had some issues with that in the past, but again, if you are interested in speaking, please just email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov, and folks will have 2 minutes this evening. Will the city clerk please call for our first speaker?
Yes, our first speaker this evening will be Charlie Messing. Charlie, you should be able to go ahead and speak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, Charlie, I can hear you. Are we able, before you begin, Charlie, are we able to get the timer clock on the screen just for folks to see? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Here we are.
Okay, go ahead, Charlie. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you. It's good to see all of you. Well, about the police, I do understand that everyone is angry at the police generically, but well, the police have saved my life back in 1978. So I'm not really against the police at all. I am against anybody who's an SOB under in official capacity or informal. As part of the CLC, I want to thank Zoraya for a nice letter. Thank you. As far as the airport, it's the jets are too loud. I want to speak about something that no one else will speak about because everybody else will be speaking about all this other stuff. And well, they should. But I want to speak about the Portland Loo. The Portland Loo is still supposed to be installed in City Hall Park sometime. They're all for it from what I've heard. And I just want everybody to know once again that we're talking about a single toilet that costs between $150,000 and $200,000 to install and get going, and of course, $25,000 a year to maintain. This thing has to be cleaned at least several times a day. I don't consider it a solution to the problem. Perhaps somebody else does. I'd like to see something a little further, maybe letting people into other bathrooms, but it just doesn't look like a solution. And there's a lot on Google. You can Google all kinds of reviews of it. Now I will surrender the floor to someone else. Thank you so much for doing what you do. You're doing great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, the next person we have signed up to speak is Robert Kiernan. Robert, you should be able to go ahead.
I'm with you now. Thanks for the council and the city for an open public forum tonight. You'll notice that there are 4 written comments included in the public record tonight in the communications agenda that support keeping Burlington's ELAP mural. Thanks to Herb, thanks to James, thanks to Stephen, and thanks to Michael for writing and making your feelings known to us. I encourage everyone to read these 4 important statements. There are 3 intelligent and very thoughtful letters to the editor currently published in this week's edition of 7 Days. Thanks to Mary Ann, Robert, and Norman for placing those letters. Thank you to the more than 30 residents of Vermont who wrote comment footnotes recently in Vermont Digger to support keeping ELAP up. They responded to the Digger article earlier this month announcing the City Council's unfortunate resolution on May 18th. These folks wrote in from Burlington and many other cities and towns in our state. A lot of support is now needed for those who work on and are coming back to work on, and those who have their businesses on the Church Street Marketplace and in the Downtown Improvement District. The ELAP mural has supported all their efforts for many years. What some see in the mural is one view, some see a different view. It is now their free choice. Let's bring these views side by side as part of discussion and debate and make use of the ability we have as Vermonters to focus more on working arm in arm as residents of Burlington and our state to really bring all of us together. This matters. Tearing down and hiding something does not assist us in being thoughtful neighbors. We really just look for truth. We certainly don't need censorship. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Debbie Jensen. Debbie, you should be able to go ahead.
Debbie, are you with us? Debbie, are you able to, can you try your mic and speak?
Debbie, it does look like you are still muted. If you are trying to speak, you just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, let's continue to try and work with Debbie to get the mic working. We will certainly come back to you, Debbie. Please be in touch with public forum at burlingtonvt.gov if you are with your whatever issues you're having, and then also if folks are interested in signing up to speak. Will you please call the next person in the order for public forum?
Yes, the next person I have is Richard Kowalski. Richard, you should be able to go ahead. Richard, it looks like you are also still muted. If you can just hit your unmute button.
Richard, can you try and speak? Are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, let's continue to try and work with Richard to get him on the line as well. Again, public forum at Burlington VT .gov, and another option for folks would be to use the call-in option on the link. That can sometimes solve the issues that folks have with connecting to the meetings. So see if that option, if you're able to use that option. So can we please call the next speaker? And we'll come back to those folks who haven't been able to speak.
Yes. Our next speaker is Andrea Rogers. Andrea, you should be able to speak now.
Andrea Rogers, are you able to speak? Are we having the same muting issue, or is it something else?
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I haven't, I mean, I'm just sort of figuring out how to get in, so I don't know the context of the meeting other than I've read about the proposal, and I just feel like the idea of a income tax at this time without any identified strategy is just not only unwarranted, but just sad, and sort of creates almost a class, not warfare, but, class differentiation at a time when the city needs to come together. We don't know the appraisal yet. We don't know a number of things that are coming forward, and it just feels like a well-meaning but badly timed and too general proposal. And I'm sorry, that's not a very well crafted comment, but I think you get the point.
Thank you.
The next person I have signed up to speak is Karen Allen. Karen, you should be able to go ahead.
Amy?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I had emailed you. I just wanted to participate and listen. I wasn't actually prepared to make any remarks, but now that I guess I am now making some remarks, the proposal for an increased, quote, luxury tax, as Andrea Rogers said before, I think the timing is horrific. I think that it's unwarranted at this point. I think the number of the home value is arbitrary at 500,000, or the income of 125,000, I think is arbitrary. It's unwarranted. It doesn't make any sense. For somebody who lives up in the hill section, our property taxes are much higher than a lot of the rest of Burlington. We now have to pay for our own parking in our own driveways, to have passes. And it's getting rather ridiculous. And I think it's going to have an ill effect on Burlington in terms of division of, just as Andrea, and since I'm wasn't prepared to speak, as Andrea said, I apologize for my inartful verbalized views, but I'm very much against this proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person that we have signed up to speak is Kate Purcell. Kate, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you, Amy. Number one, I would like to know what, quote, making $125,000 or $125,000 means. When you're on a fixed income and you have to sell assets in order to pay your property taxes, we pay a capital gains on that. And then that goes to say that's income. And now we can't get any meaningful rebate in the prebate program. And it's just, it's difficult to sell assets, pay taxes, and then not get a rebate because we've sold something to pay taxes. So it just rather circular, I guess. So it's important to me, as we are in a fixed income, what making means. That's not very clear. In fact, it's unclear. And I would like it to see it mean, actual income, whether it's Social Security or working a job, 1099s, 1044s, statements of actual pay versus what I consider to be our very hard-earned ability to live in our home and our savings. We're ripping through our savings very quickly here because we didn't anticipate our property taxes in 15 years to double. And I don't think it's unreasonable not to anticipate that. What I'd also like to suggest is that if people are over the age of 65 on fixed incomes, that their property taxes, if they have lived in their homes more and have more than doubled, the property taxes are capped. That allows people to stay in their homes instead of being taxed out of their homes. Because when people have to leave,
Can you please wrap up?
Yes, they'll leave Vermont. Sure, new people will come in and buy it. But what you're losing is the caring and giving capital. And that's what we really need and work with in the community. Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Walter Keating. Walter, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you. Am I coming through? Thank you. I'm Walter. I live in Ward 3, and I made a couple comments in the Board of Finance meeting. So just hi again to those folks who are on. I just wanted to take a minute to actually voice my full support for Councilor Freeman's Just Economy Charter changes. I think it's a very important way to make Burlington a city that's livable across social lines. I find these to be quite smart charter changes, and I'll point out that they'll be put before a very large electorate if they come before a general election. So this is a gesture towards both political and economic democracy, and I believe it's critical they get onto the ballot as quickly as possible. I just want to know that a progressive income tax and property tax is an important step towards equity in the city. And I'll reply briefly to the idea that this creates class warfare or class differentials. I just want to say Burlington has long had stark inequalities in class. And in fact, COVID has made it much worse. So I would argue that this is really doing more to fix that than to cause new divisions. And in fact, it's been low income service workers who have been among those hardest hit rather than people with high property taxes. So I think this is, very important. I think associated participatory budgeting practices can help us make sure that we improve upon these changes after they're put into place. And I urge the council to do everything possible to expedite that these come before voters in November.
Thank you very much. Who's our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker signed up is Steve Lipkin. Steve, you should be able to go ahead.
Steve, are you with us?
Steve, it looks like you are still muted if you're able to unmute yourself.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. We can hear you.
All right. So again, my name is Steve Lipkin, and I've been a resident of Burlington since 1992 and a homeowner since 1998. And I'm very much opposed to this resolution. I feel like the $125,000, certainly for a family of 3 or 4 or more, just does not go very far. Very concerned about people already struggling to pay their property taxes. We've got a reassessment coming up next year, and I expect the taxes to go up even higher. I just feel that people can choose to live wherever they like, and I feel that this resolution would put Burlington at a disadvantage. I just feel like it's not the right time either, as we're finally emerging from the stay-home order. It just seems pretty restrictive for employers as well, and I'm just concerned that this isn't the right time to bring this in front of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Leslie McKenzie. Leslie, you should be all set to speak.
Thank you. I did send an email in to all of you today, so I hope you received that, and I went into a few more details, my concerns about the resolution. So I hope you get a chance to look at that. What I'll add to it is I do find this an incredibly troubling proposal. As you've heard referenced by several other speakers, we're in the midst of a pandemic, slowly emerging from what was, as you know, nearly a complete shutdown of our economy. So I strongly believe that this is not the time, and I do not believe that these are smart strategies. I personally believe that our community has pressing needs that should be your priority right now, and that adding to the stress for the citizens of Burlington, to business owners at this time is not the right path. I think that these 4 proposals, I believe, would do serious harm to our city's economy. As you've heard referenced, our ability to attract or retain homeowners and businesses. I believe this resolution has had little to no public input at this point, no financial assessment or proper vetting of this, and I believe that its impact would actually be to worsen our housing affordability crisis that we're already grappling with. So I strongly encourage you to vote no. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Kirk Jones. Kirk, you should be able to go ahead.
Hello, how are you?
Can hear you, Kirk. Go ahead.
So I am just talking to encourage you to pass a resolution, as South Burlington and Winooski are looking at this evening as well, to have the Burlington Airport apply for an FAA sound monitoring and tracking grant, recommended by mid-June. As a sound healer, as a profession, and actually Burlington has some pretty profound people that do a lot of sound healing, and are kind of known globally for that, and to have the the epitome of this militarization, interrupting our our schools and everything else, it's just awful. It's just awful to not be able to just live in peace. I mean, we live in such a peaceful state, to have the most awful militarization happening within our state, and certainly within our federal government. I mean, I know this is probably more of a federal issue, but I believe the city of Burlington can actually do something about it. But yeah, with the federal government, there's, a small percentage of the military budget could feed the entire world. So especially coming out of this pandemic, the more that we can focus on love and peace and respect for each other, the more that we can actually provide this world in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Andy Voda. Andy, you should be able to go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the chance to speak to you tonight. My name is Andy Voda. I'm a resident of Burlington. I've lived here for 22 years, raising 2 children, and I've rented for 7 years and now have owned a home for the past 15. And so the reason I'm speaking tonight is to speak out against the proposed charter change resolution and to ask you as a council not to pass it at this time. I was really pretty shocked when I read the Vermont Digger articles about it, and frankly have received a lot of phone calls, emails, and texts from friends and neighbors who similarly are opposed and kind of surprised by it and really frustrated by it. And so for starters, I feel that we exist in a region as a city, and we're too small to go it alone. And so I don't see how we can realistically create new taxes as a city without simply creating incentives for people and businesses to move right outside the city. Like, we need to, these are problems we need to tackle, but I think we need to do it on a more of a regional basis with more of a strategy. And so frankly, this seems like, it doesn't seem like a thoughtfully analyzed, carefully scoped package of taxes, regulations, and powers. To me, it feels more like a stapled together wish list of solutions in search of problems at a time, as other speakers have said, when the focus of our city and council, we feel, should be elsewhere with the problems at hand, other major problems at hand. And as a citizen and as a taxpayer, I'd love to see the analysis first, and not at kind of some time down the road. So I guess in closing, what I'd like to say is that I'd urge the council to vote against this, to maybe pull it back and reconsider it. We can't send a message to people to give them reasons to leave the city or not come here at all, or businesses to do that. And then lastly, I would urge you all to not frame this as an us and them type of issue. And that really we Burlingtonians need to work together on this, and that it isn't the haves versus the have-nots. And I feel like that's sort of the tone of all this. So thank you for your time, for your service. I wish you well, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker signed up is Matt Parisi. Matt, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, good evening, all. I also have kind of similar viewpoints and thoughts about the requested charter change. I'm going to be frank. My wife and I own 2 duplexes in Burlington. Our father also owns a small multifamily. You know, we started in these multifamilies. We're quite young. We're 30 and 32. And, you know, we lived with other tenants and so on and so forth. And the average home price in Burlington is very, very close to $500,000 now. And for 2 people and or family, $125,000 is also very, very close and very easily achievable. I think it's a rather rush to conclusion here in order to you know, pass this resolution. I'm really glad we're able to receive notifications in order to see these kind of things, but to me it was very quick. And further, you know, again, a lot of people have discussed the financial analysis of this. Haven't seen much about that. Taxes have gone up basically every single year since we have owned property in Burlington. You know, I went to UVM. I paid rent as a student there, you know, tenant for many, many years. The cost of living in Burlington has increased. Taxes have increased. This is clearly a supply problem, in my opinion. We don't have enough supply. Clearly, we need to build more buildings. I know that's underway. We've had some setbacks, obviously, you know, in the downtown area with that. But, you know, it's a choice. I'm going to end it here. It's a choice to live in Burlington. You know, we have loved it. We don't currently live in Burlington, but it is a choice. If it's too expensive for people, then it's you know, you can choose to live somewhere else more affordable. Winooski, you know, South Burlington, farther out, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jean Hopkins. Jean, you should be able to go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jean, go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I live in Ward 1 in a 3rd floor apartment building where I can hear, see, and feel the vibrations from the F-35 jets. And I also discovered I have a friend in Williston who is now being bothered by the F-35 noise. So I hope there will soon be noise monitoring in Williston as well as Burlington, South Burlington, and Winooski. The high decibel levels are causing vibrations as well as reminding us of our horrendous military industrial complex, which is very upsetting.
Is able to activate you. And again, if you've had issues already, we'll do our best to get you on. Really want to make sure we hear your comment as well. But again, just email that public forum at burlingtonvt.gov so we can try our best to get you on tonight. Will you please call the next speaker?
Yes, and if I may, I will just add there are a handful of people who I've emailed. I haven't been able to identify you yet. So if you're listening and could email me your name, I'm looking for Dottie Waller, Marissa Kemmler, Erin Barnaby, and Dana Stimpson. So again, if you can just email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov, we can try and identify you and give you your opportunity to speak. So the next person I have on the call is Lincoln Houston. Lincoln, you should be able to go ahead.
Lincoln, are you with us? Seeing any muting issues, Amy?
Lincoln, it does look like you are muted. You will just need to hit the unmute button for us to be able to hear you.
Okay, let's move to the next speaker. Lincoln, if you can just, again, email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. We'll work with you to try and figure out how to get you on.
The next speaker, I had two people sign up as a pair, TJ Jemison and Sean Kelly. TJ and Sean, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, and I will, TJ and Sean, I'll give you 4 minutes since it's two people.
Okay, we probably
just wait a second and we'll get your 4 minutes up. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So we live in, I believe it's Ward 4. We've been here about a year and a half. I've lived in the Burlington area for about 30 years, but mostly outside, like in Colchester. Sean works at Dealer and I'm an education consultant and not traveling right now. I've had no income basically since this started, but we're speaking tonight, and thank you all for allowing this forum because we're here to speak against the city charger suggested change. We have a lot of questions about it. We couldn't even find any information on the council website. We had to look at VT Digger. We wonder what this money is going to be used for. The only thing we've read is that it's in principle. That doesn't seem like a good reason to start a new tax. We're wondering how did you arrive at 125,000 as an amount to tax? Why not 200? Why not 100? Why not 300? How did you arrive at 500,000 for property value? I can tell you that we spent over a year looking for properties in Burlington. There were so many properties we wouldn't live in, and we finally found this place. And we'll eventually, with all the improvements we've done, we'll be at over 500,000. It doesn't seem fair that we should now be paying more tax on that. So we just have lots of questions about this, and it doesn't seem really well researched or a lot of numbers behind it. And so we'd like to see more research about that and why is it 500,000? Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I'm reading about what Perry Freeman is talking about, and she's saying that this is a tax based on principle, and I don't understand what that means. What does principle mean? That doesn't seem like a very rational way to legislate and set new taxes. So I am working from home now. I do not have to live in Burlington. I make a very good income, but if this tax goes through, I think it's going to be time to look elsewhere. I don't need to be in Burlington.
When we were looking to move to Burlington, we were also looking at relocating to other areas. We looked at real estate in the DC area where we have friends. And I can tell you, we found houses that were more than twice the amount of what our house is worth, and their taxes were the same. So we already pay very high taxes, and we're just very nervous about having higher taxes added on top of that. So we would strongly urge you to table this charter change proposal until there's really better thought behind it. I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I was able to identify one of the missing speakers. Marissa Kemmler will be our next speaker. Marissa, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Amy. I think my maiden name and my email are not connected anymore, so that's what happened. Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening. I wanted to speak out regarding the town charter change. I think my main thing is it feels like there's not enough information behind it, and it does seem like many things have been grouped together into one charter change that have many different opinions about them. So I would urge the council to look into exactly what they're asking, why those numbers have come forward, and then again, what that additional taxation will be used for. I think that's all very important when evaluating this. So again, agree with a lot of what people have said before. My other comment is not related, but I would like to know if the city has any plans to open the trash depot in Burlington again. It's not open right now, and currently there's nowhere for anyone to dispose of trash without paying for a private service inside the city limits. So would love that to figure out a plan on how we get that open again.
Thank you. This is so just for the members of the public, we are able to, the way that public forum works is it's not a back and forth. We, I see the mayor furiously taking notes as he normally does. And, we can ask, if people have these kinds of questions, it's helpful if we get some sort of follow-up information if you do have a question, just so that we can follow up with you on that. So you can feel free to email us if you do have those questions. But again, it's not a back and forth in terms of question and answer. So will the clerk please call the next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker will be Matt Hurlbert. Matt, you should be all set to speak.
Matt, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Okay, I'm here tonight to speak out against the charter change proposals and to urge the council to vote against them. I'm a long-term resident. I'm a long-term real estate practitioner. I have an office at 40 Main Street. I live in Ward 7, 25 years in the business, and I've worked with everybody from first-time buyers to luxury home buyers. My opinion is this tax feels very discriminatory. I feel like it's furthering class issues. It's sort of shameful, riding on the heels of COVID-19, that council would propose such big taxes at a time when we really should be coming together as a community and not just taxing. My question to the council is, have you explored and studied what might be potential for outmigration? We've heard from a few people tonight, and I will say myself, I love Burlington, but I do not need to live here. The taxes that I'm paying to live here are exceptional, times and times and times over what friends and colleagues and clients are paying out of state. But again, it's a choice to be here. We love the place, but there's a limit to what I'm willing to pay and what my clients are willing to pay. The state as a whole is already feeling the impact of its residents who are potentially fleeing, and we're already perceived as an overtaxed state. Really, if implemented, this proposed tax or taxes may really create an unstable market in Burlington. And if it becomes a less desirable place to live, I feel like other outlying communities are going to benefit. Many may even create new emerging markets in sort of outlying communities and hamlets, rising, thriving communities as an alternative to living in Burlington. So really, that's my 2 cents, coming from the heart, coming from my clients. You've got to really think this through, because it's just not good timing, and it's not fair.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Trav Fryer. Trav, you should be able to go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Trav Fryer from the Old North End. Firstly, I appreciate the resolution to condemn the killing of George Floyd and raising the Black Lives Matter flag. It's absolutely the least we can do, but it's something. Secondly, I'm a homeowner and I'd like to voice my support for Councillor Freeman's Just Economy resolution. I see this as reducing inequality and shrinking the extreme disparity between the most and least wealthy, not exacerbating it, as I've heard other speakers suggest. Inequality is probably the biggest issue in this country after climate change, and this is a strong step towards setting us on a better course. I do wonder if it would ease some folks' concerns if it's rewritten to be a tax on the top 1%, say, instead of a static income limit. Thirdly, the F-35 is still too loud and unnecessary. And that's all, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up is Brian Armstrong. Brian, you should be able to go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a former Burlington resident. I own 3 properties in Burlington. I've owned 2 of them for just under 20 years. And I'm concerned that this charter change in multiple levels is going to do the exact opposite of what you hope. I drive to Burlington as I'm a passionate person about Burlington. I see more vacancies on Church Street. I see 2 construction projects gone, entirely awry. And I have to ask the question, is raising taxes and putting in more protections towards a partner in the community the right thing to do? The Burlington properties that I own one because my grandfather owned it and I worked with my father on it. But frankly, the others, I've seen my taxes go up and up and up. And most people think landlords are made of money. I worked 2 jobs most of my life, and that second job oftentimes was going to make improvements to provide a safe and reliable place for Burlington residents to live. And I'm very, very proud of that. But I have no doubt if you both pass this luxury tax as well as tax on any sale over $500,000, you are going to lose some very, very valuable partners. Now, I'd like to think that I'm a landlord who takes very good care of the buildings and our tenants. I'm also hard pressed in the most tenant-friendly state that I know of. What additional precautions or protections do tenants make before
double
it
the
is
recycling due to the holiday, as you referenced? And
recycling? But you're putting in a situation where you're going to lose some very, very valuable partners. I have long thought about selling the Burlington buildings, not because I don't want to be a member of Burlington's community, because it's too expensive to do business in your town. Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Paul Fleckenstein. Paul, you should be all set to speak.
Hi all, Paul Fleckenstein. I live in Ward 3. I support these charter changes. I think the thing to do is put it to a vote and let people decide what they want to do. I want to talk to 2 related issues. The first is the city's administration, the airport director's refusal to install noise monitoring around the airport. The airport director, Gene Richards, actually does not care about the environmental and health impacts of the airport and of the F-35s. He doesn't want sound monitoring because they'll prove what we already know, that health and environmental impacts of the F-35s. And he's on record telling working class residents living near the airport to move, and these are actually the people who can't move, to move if they don't like the noise from the bombers. I think that this advocacy for business, for the military industrial complex, and for violence is exactly what must end on the part of the city. It's also an orientation of profit over life and needs that has led to the rebellion sweeping the country. And we would do well to recognize that. This is also why in a pandemic and at the beginning of a depression that we have to say absolutely no to public sector cuts. We need to prioritize the needs of working class people for jobs, for services, for food, for education, for unions, and for housing. And that means not the police, not the developers, and not the wealthy. And we need a new set of priorities to respond to this. And we won't get those if we continue to attack working class living standards, which is what we've heard on this call, that business owners and landlords want to continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Benji Adler. Benji, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, good evening, councilors and mayor. My name is Benji Adler. I'm a 16-year resident. I live on Crombie Street in the Old North End. I am asking that you please do not vote on this charter change and Perry's resolution today, but please hear me out. I want to ask, what is the goal and the underlying message behind Perry's resolution on taxes? Is it to raise revenue for the city? Is it to signal to voters that you stand with the underserved and those that need the most support? Is it to signal that you stand against wealth inequality? I want to say that I stand against the consolidation of wealth we see in our country. I share the desire to ensure the safety and security and prosperity of everyone in our community. And I'd like to see the city's coffers flush with cash to spend on amazing social programs. I really want to see Burlington be a beacon of light in the darkest time I have been through. And as many of us have. But in that context, I am concerned that this resolution, as it's laid out, will lead to unintended consequences that will not raise money for the city, that will not lead to more resources for those in need, and that will ultimately work against its intentions. I want to note that $125,000 of income, according to 7 days, is the top 12%, not the top 1%. Right or wrong, I see an underlying message of us versus them here that echoes the narrative we're seeing across the country on both sides of the spectrum. And speaking as a business owner, reflecting the values of fellow business owners like me, I want to register that I don't want to be part of them. I want to be part of us with you. I fundamentally believe Burlington will be a better place if we take a we are all in this together approach as opposed to the us versus them approach. This is not trickle-down economics. I believe a rising tide can lift all ships. It's not a zero-sum game. I encourage you to have a dialogue with the business community. You can get a lot from us other than just money through taxation. We have a housing shortage. We have clearly demonstrated that we have amazingly capable developers. Call on them to help the city develop visionarily affordable housing projects. We have a food security issue. We have restaurants in dire need of business. They can cook food for the people in need. In conclusion, I really am excited that you want to do ambitious stuff. And I, as a business owner, speaking for folks like me, ask that you please hear that we want to be part of the solution. So please engage with us don't leave us out of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Kelly Devine. Kelly, you should be able to go ahead.
I kind of just want to say ditto for the last speaker, but I did read this resolution. I think that I've seen a lot of things go through the public process in Burlington, and we've always taken the time to hear from the public, to hear from stakeholders. I don't see that process necessarily has been followed in coming to this. I'd like to understand more how we came to the numbers we came to. I do know that I've been working a long time on housing, and housing is very expensive in Burlington, unfortunately. We need to build more of it, I think. I know not everyone agrees that's the strategy, but I do think it would help. Some people have their entire nest egg invested in their home. And to say that as a Burlington resident, you will pay a tax on that, where you won't pay a tax in any other community, does seem like it would put a chill factor on real estate transactions. And it's not that difficult to just sell a house for $499,999 instead of $500 and something to subvert this kind of a tax. I think that we need to come together as a community and have a dialogue about how we help those in need. There's no question that the current crisis has brought some issues to light, and it certainly is a good time to talk about them. And I hope that we can not pass this resolution tonight and take some more time as a community to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Donald Slish. Donald, you should be able to go ahead.
Donald Slish, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say I'm a little bit upset about the part of the resolution says that you cannot evict a tenant without just cause. What does just cause mean exactly? You leave that so general that anything could come under that clause. I mean, I had two horrible experiences last year at the same time. I had a woman just get a key from a tenant, move in, suddenly she's a tenant. Her name's not on the lease. She paid no money to live there. She brought 3 cats and destroyed a whole room. She was there from November, and it took me till March to get her out of there. Never paid a dime, never had a name on the lease, destroyed the room, cost me $8,000. I had another woman move in November, same time. She paid November, she paid December, stopped paying rent. And then her ex-husband moves in, sits on the couch and sells heroin out of my apartment. And there was nothing I could do about it. The police did nothing. The city did nothing. All the city, state, and county did was make sure she could stay there longer. She was there until August. She cost me $16,000. I'm not Redstone, okay? I'm not a rich guy because I make more than $125,000 a year. If I don't get $2,000 in rent from these 2 apartments, I got to come up with that money. That's my mortgage. I had to take on a second job. I almost lost the whole building. And now you want to make it harder to get people out of there? I know you have a bleeding heart for people without money, but please spare a little bit of sympathy for people who are working hard to maintain these buildings. It's not easy. It's not an easy job being a landlord, and it's my second job. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is John Cowlow. John, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Just want to add my voice to the many that have questioned the wisdom of moving forward with this charter change at this time. I think that the goals that are expressed are laudable. Who cannot be in favor or in support of a more just economy. I am a little bit concerned that this seems somewhat rushed. There hasn't been much in the way of public input. There hasn't been much in the way of vetting in terms of a fiscal impact analysis. Like others who have spoken, I also question the criteria in terms of real estate value and income as being the arbiters of which side of the line you fall on. I think that there is plenty of opportunity for an exploration and analysis of other public policy measures. People have talked about the supply and demand dynamics of the housing market here in town. So I just would urge that the council put this on pause and allow for a robust discussion. I think it's a worthy one. And I look forward to participating in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker I have signed up is James Loop. James, you should be able to go ahead.
James Loop, are you with us? Any muting issues you're seeing?
He just went back on mute. James, if you could unmute yourself, hopefully that will work. He is unmuted, but still not able to hear him.
Okay, well, we'll come back to James Loop. If you could please call the next speaker.
Sure. The next person I have signed up is Ben Traverse. Ben, you should be good to go.
Hi, thanks very much, City Council President Tracy and City Councilors, Mr. Mayor. When I moved to Burlington, I started as a renter. I'm now a homeowner in the South End where my partner and I are raising our young family of 4. While this is not the point of my call, and while I'm but one voice, I do want to take this opportunity to say I was moved by the demonstration of my neighbors the other night to thank you for your resolution honoring George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement, and to say I look forward to seeing how our community will continue to address real systemic racism. The last 2.5 months have left huge issues for this council to address. They continue to leave huge issues for this council to address, and it's quite honestly hard to wrap my head around where this community will be as we emerge from these crises. Given all of this uncertainty, I'm struggling to figure out how we can be considering the fundamental changes proposed to our city charter. There's some irony to be found in the fact that charter changes theoretically designed in part to increase participation in the public process were introduced in such a way that is discouraging the public's voice from being heard at this point in time. It's brought to light over the weekend during a pandemic while our country is in collective anguish. I'm impressed by how many people showed up tonight, but most of our community has not had time to digest this proposal. I understand your vote tonight is merely to refer this matter to the Charter Change Committee, but please ask yourself this: what is your vote in favor of further restrictions on employers say to Burlington's small business owners who are hanging on by a thread to keep their businesses, as well as the jobs of the folks they employ, alive? What is your vote in favor of a tax on higher earners say to Burlington's doctors who today are still working on the COVID-19 front line? There are legitimate debates to be had on the issues raised in the city charter resolution. Of course, we can and need to do more to promote a more just economy, but these debates require much more review than that put into this rush job of a resolution, and now's not the time for that review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Brian Lovejoy. Brian, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Brian.
Great. First, a pet peeve of mine. I wish the counselors would be on the screen all the time. It's nice to know that you're there listening to us and not just sleeping, catching a quick nap, doing whatever. Thank you all for coming on. My other thing is, this whole charter change almost seems like a punishment for people who have worked hard all their lives. Now, the $125,000 isn't going to affect me, but I do have a business in Burlington. I do have a building that my family has owned since 1964. And I'm going to be penalized if someday I sell this building. I'm penalized because I worked my whole life. My father worked my whole life in this business. A business that's been on Pine Street since 1960. And that's what it just seems to me. It's punishment for working hard. I hear a lot about the working class. People who own businesses are the working class. Not everybody is rich. A lot of us get by day. We have a business that provides salaries, health insurance for 10 families. And you want to make it harder for us to do business in Burlington. I just don't get it. It just seems, and I'm liberal, and I don't understand it. It just seems like a punishment. And that's all I have to say on this. Thanks a lot. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
So those are all of the speakers who have signed up and I've been able to identify. Before I return to the 3 with technical issues, do just want to make one last announcement to Dottie Waller, Aaron Barnaby, Dana Stimpson, Mark Hughes, and Lincoln Houston, that if you're listening to me, I've been unable to identify you. So please send an email to publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov and let me know what name you are logged in under. Hey.
And Amy, or Clerk Bovee, a woman named Christy Delphia also texted me saying that she had emailed a couple times.
She has. She's on. I'm sorry if I forgot to mention her name, Christy. You're on my list, but I can't identify you. So if you can tell me what name you're logged in under or what phone number you used, that will help me identify you so that you're able to speak.
Hey, Amy.
Yep.
I think so. Mark Hughes is under Justice for All, and I think Christy Delphi is under Burlington Tenants.
Okay, wonderful. So let's go to, yep, let's go to those two speakers then. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, the speaker logged in as Justice for All. You are good to go.
With us, Mark? Mark Hughes, are you able to join us?
I am, Mr. President. Thank you.
Excellent. I can hear you. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I was breaking silence today as I just woke up with a word, and it was outrage. That's all. I'm not shocked or surprised because this is the fabric of the United States. This is the fabric that it was cut from. The murders of Breonna Taylor in Kentucky, Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia, and George Floyd in Minnesota are the latest in a chain of violence directed against Black bodies on this soil, stolen from Indigenous brothers and sisters dating back to 1619. The story of oppression and economic exploitation, it doesn't stop with the so-called justice system. Black people have never been provided equal protection under the law on either side of the 14th Amendment. The 13th Amendment has served as nothing more than a tool to constitutionally perpetuate enslavement and disenfranchisement in concert with the judicial divestment from the 15th Amendment 7 years ago. Affirmative action died a quiet death in Texas, Fisher versus Texas, about 4 years ago. And the bar for civil rights discrimination has been long out of sight. A median wealth of Black families of 1/13 of that of white families in this nation cannot be fixed with 5 lifetimes of hard work. As we continue in inadequate housing, sending our children to unsafe and ill-equipped schools, regulating our bodies, relegating our bodies to hazardous and demeaning vocations, dying in an unfair and biased healthcare system, being shut out of the political process, we watch as our people are being lynched by a system that's supposed to protect us. And we're asked to wait for justice. Now we find ourselves in the middle of a global pandemic, and all the oppression and economic exploitation of Black folks are being simultaneously exacerbated. Black people are being hit the hardest, dying at the highest rates, and receiving the least, or worse, no support.
Please wrap up.
And many of us are living in multi-generational housing, leaving us few options to safety, social distance if someone becomes sick. In closing, I'll just say that our children, they're being forced to educate more independently with less access to technology to do so remotely. The vast majority of us cannot work from home because now we are essential workers. And now, after more than 100,000 deaths, we see a nation in full motion of reopening with no vaccine in sight and full knowledge that we'll all die. Lastly, last night, the National Security Advisor said that systemic racism does not exist. And later, we drew to a close of the first week of a nation in chaos as the nation was literally burning down. They turned the lights off in the White House. It's time to make something new. We cannot and we will not ever go back to normal. I'll be working at all levels and all platforms individually and also through Justice for All and the Racial Justice Alliance and with the council and the city to do what we can to advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, I'll now go to the speaker who's logged in as Burlington Tenants. You may go ahead.
I believe that's Christy Delphia. Christy, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Max?
Yep, I can. Christy, go ahead.
All right, excellent. I think this resolution rocks. It's about time that the low income and poor like myself, who have been living in such egregious housing, right now we are being chemically harassed by our landlord. And with the prices of rent skyrocketing in Burlington, we cannot find a place that we can afford to move to get out of this situation. We are not the only ones in this situation, as many landlords have done this to many tenants. Just cause evictions protects those who cannot protect themselves. The renters in Burlington deserve protections. Building more, just throwing more buildings at this problem is not going to solve it. The money needs to come to protect renters in a better fashion. And I think now that we've got this pandemic going on is the time for change. Everyone wants to see this as a woe is me situation because it's a tax. They're afraid of more taxes. This is the only way to ensure that the poor, like myself, are going to be protected in this society. Don't think of it as a woe is me. Think of it as I'm going to try to help my low income and poor neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you able to get any of the other folks on, Clerk Bobby? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I can try again with some of the folks who had technical difficulties that I still see on the call. Richard Kowalski, let's give it a try again. You should be able to speak now.
Richard, are you with us? Richard Kowalski? Is he muted?
He is muted.
Can you unmute yourself, Richard? Still not able to hear anything. Okay, let's try again with someone else.
Okay. I've heard from James Luke that he's now on the phone. James, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, James.
So I wanted to talk briefly on the charter changes tonight. I own a small business in the North End. I actually left a fairly high-paying job to serve the community and serve my sister who's low income and is disabled, and to help her make extra money because disability does not pay enough. I also own a duplex in the New North End that I rent for below below market. Those tenants I know appreciate it, and it's a partnership with the community that I'm able to do that and balance my other job and also take that job on as well as another job. So I really have 3 or 4 jobs that I do. And I do it because I love to be in Burlington. But when I see these changes come through, I feel like I'm being punished or attacked. And I take it personally. And I just feel it's hard to stay in Burlington and want to be here and work. And I feel if these changes go through, I know I'll make a choice to leave. And I think that's really sad. And you guys should feel sad about that. And it breaks my heart. Because those 2 people that I employ, I know count on me. And those tenants count on me. And I can take that duplex and I can make it a single family again. And I can leave. So I really need you guys to think tonight whether you want me here in Burlington. You want my business here in Burlington. And you want those tenants to have that affordable rent in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other folks? I know Aaron Barnaby was one of the other folks on the list. Was there, and Dana Stimson. Do you have any of those folks on? I'm sorry if I'm missing people, but I know that those were two that I did hear.
Yes, I can read through the list once more. I have tried emailing everyone, but haven't heard from anyone further. We have Dottie Waller, Debbie Jensen, Erin Barnaby, Dana Stimson, Lincoln Houston, and we did get a last-minute email from Dale Tillotson, but I don't see him on the line either.
Hey, Amy, Erin and Dana spoke on the Board of Finance public forum, so I think their emails were for that.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. You seeing anyone else? Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate everyone coming and speaking tonight. This was a very helpful public forum. So thank you for everyone for joining us this evening. And we will now go into our agenda. Our next item on the agenda is the climate emergency reports. Are there any counselors who would like to offer a climate emergency report? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I did mention this at the last meeting, but just wanted to reiterate for anyone watching, we have our ordinance committee meeting tomorrow night at 5 p.m. via Zoom. And we are going to be discussing an item of mandatory weatherization of rental units. So I want to draw people's attention to that. I think that's a really important step that the city is looking at and can take to reduce waste in terms of our fossil fuel usage and our energy usage in rental housing, and also to save money for tenants who are often saddled with very high heating costs in the winter. So I hope that people can join for that tomorrow night at 5.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Paul, did you have it? Did I catch a hand there? Go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Thank you. So while you're at the ordinance committee meeting via Zoom tomorrow night, listening to and giving input to the weatherization issue, the other item on the agenda will be the discussion of electric lawnmowers and electric lawn equipment. So it's been on the agenda for quite some time. It was passed in January, and if anyone wants to come and give input into that item, I hope they'll join us tomorrow evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Any other councilors with a climate emergency report? Okay, Mr. Mayor, did you have something? Was that?
Yes, President Tracy, I did just want to share. We shared this on the briefing earlier today, but wanted to make sure to repeat it in this venue that the green stimulus plan that we proposed in April as a part of the response to the COVID-19 emergency, one in which we could make progress simultaneously with COVID recovery, while also making progress on our other emergency, the climate emergency, that we do so. Most of that green stimulus proposal required regulatory approval. I'm pleased to report that last week we received that approval from the Public Utilities Commission, and this green lights $808,000 in energy efficiency funds that we had carried over previously, being reshaped into 15 new programs for what we are calling this green stimulus program. This applies to everything from heat pumps and weatherization increased incentives to new incentives for both new and used electric vehicles, cash for appliance programs that move us towards more energy efficient appliances, and 0% energy efficiency financing for small businesses and nonprofits. So this is something that we think, as we start to come out of this economy, can make a real difference in pushing us in the direction towards net zero, instead of continuing our old investments in other technologies. And anyone who wants more details should go to the Burlington Electric website, and these 15 new programs are detailed there, and you can apply for them all there. Thanks, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Does anyone else have a climate emergency report? Seeing none, we will move to our next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. Councilor Stromberg, are you prepared to offer a motion on the consent agenda?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I move to amend and adopt the consent agenda, taking the actions as indicated. Note written material for agenda item 4.13, communication Jeffrey A. Paget, Assistant Director for Parking and Traffic interim regarding a request for approval for $270,000 for long line painting, traffic paint, and stencils. Add to the agenda item 4.19 FIO document, remove from the deliberative agenda item 5.05 resolution authorizing to submit 2020 Burlington one-year action plan amended 2019.
Councilor Stromberg, I believe, oh, never mind, I'm sorry.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah, amended 2019 Burlington one-year action plan and amended citizen participation plan. Councilors Pine, Carpenter, Board of Finance, and placed on the consent agenda item 4.20 per City Council President Tracy.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Sorry to interrupt you. I thought I still had the other agenda up. We have a motion from Councilor Stromberg. Is there a second to the motion on the consent agenda? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That brings us to our deliberative agenda, but I'm going to go ahead and recess our city council meeting before we get into the deliberative agenda and move over to the local control committee meeting. So I will give folks a chance to just change over to the local control just so that we can get that taken care of. So if folks can switch over to that on board docs, and then we'll come back to the recess city council meeting and pick up right at the beginning of the deliberative agenda. So I will convene the local control commission meeting at 8:38 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the agenda. Councilor Hanson, are you able to offer a motion on the agenda?
Yep, happy to. I'll move to amend, adopt the agenda as follows. Note written. Let me make sure I'm on the right one here. Note diagram for agenda item 2.02, outside consumption permit application 2020-2021, Wild Heart Distillery, 96 Church Street. Add to the agenda item 2.03, third class liquor license renewal 2020-2021, Finnegan's Pub, 205 College Street. Add to the agenda item 2.04, expansion of outside consumption permit 2020-2021, Ken's Pizza and Pub, 71 Church Street, 8 feet extra, May 1st through November 1st, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Add to the agenda item 2.05, outside consumption permit application 2020-2021, Ken's Pizza and Pub, 170 Bank Street, 5 to 6 tables, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day, June 1st to November 1st.
Councilor Hanson has made the motion. Is there a second to the motion on the agenda? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move into the deliberative agenda. Councilor Hanson, are you prepared to offer a motion on item 2.01?
Yes, I'll move to approve the 2020 through 2021 outside consumption permit application for Delidus Wine Bar, 388 Pine Street with the following condition. Licensee agrees that it shall comply with all local, state, and federal orders, directives, regulations, guidance, and advisories relating to a public health emergency, and that the failure to do so may result in the city suspending or revoking the permit for violation of this condition.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Councilor Mason.
May I ask a question of Commissioner Hanson? Did we have a license committee meeting and I missed this, or what's going on?
Commissioner Hanson, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, so I think Lori may be able to answer it better, but these are since our last license meeting. There's a time sensitivity issue. I believe there's a June 12th deadline on many of these, so it's before the next full local control meeting would happen at our next city council meeting. Was my understanding.
Correct.
Okay. And with the, okay, so I'll ask the question on the next one. Okay. I thought maybe I missed a meeting. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now go to item 2.02. Councilor Hanson, will you please offer a motion on 2.02?
Yes, I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for Wild Heart Distillery, 96 Church Street, with the following condition. Licensee agrees that it shall comply with all local, state, and federal orders, directives, regulations, guidance, and advisories relating to a public health emergency, and that the failure to do so may result in the City Council suspending or revoking the permit for violation of this condition.
We have a motion from Councilor Hanson. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Councilor Mason.
I guess this appears to be, I apologize, an outside, in a tent. Do we have any other distillery smugglers or any other that were allowing outside sale of alcohol?
Are there any license committee members who feel prepared to answer that question?
I'm not sure. I mean, we have been doing pickup of hard alcohol during COVID, but I don't know in general what other licensees there are.
Are there any other, again, this is unfortunately why I wish we had a meeting, but I'm just trying to think. I don't know. I can't think of another retail establishment where we're selling booze or allowing outside. Are there other regulations or anything that's applicable, or no? It's just no different than a restaurant serving outside.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I see Councilor Shannon wishing to get in. Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Well, I wonder how it would be different than the breweries or Citizen Cider or something like that. I think we do it in those cases. I'm not sure if you're differentiating on the hard liquor aspect of it.
No, I think this is not, from my understanding though, but this is different than Citizen Cider, which is selling food. I don't think they actually offer, for retail sale in an outside location. You can't walk up and buy a fifth of alcohol or a gallon of Citizen Cider. Not to my knowledge. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit different. I'm not terribly worried about this. Unfortunately, it is what. Yep.
I'm sorry. Councilor Mason, you still have the floor. I'll recognize you next, Councilor Shannon.
No, I'll defer. I'm fine. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
I think that at least during this time, during COVID, we have a lot of places that have curbside pickup, and certainly the liquor stores have had curbside pickup. And I think that it's appropriate to do this at a minimum at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of this item, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item 2.03. Councilor Hanson.
I will move to approve the 2020-2021 third-class liquor license renewal for Finnegan's Pub, 205 College Street, with all standard conditions.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item 2.04. Councilor Hanson.
I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit expansion for Ken's Pizza and Pub, 71 Church Street, 8 feet extra, May 1st to November 1st, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. with the following condition. Licensee agrees that it shall comply with all local, state, and federal orders, directives, regulations, guidance, and advisories relating to a public health emergency, and that the failure to do so may result in the City Council suspending or revoking the permit for violation of this condition.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Hightower.
Yeah, and sorry if nobody's prepared to answer this, but I guess, is this like a new thing as well that's happening, that we're allowing outside consumption until 2 a.m.? Or what was the expansion? Does anybody know?
Or is Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, that was the same question that I asked of Lori Olberg. And apparently this has been the normal for Ken's for years.
So
the normal outside hours for Ken's.
So clarification then, is the expansion just the timeline of this, or?
I believe it's the 8 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. I see.
The space, yeah. The
Thank you.
physical space.
Okay. All set, Councillor Hightower?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We go to our final item, which is item 2.05.
I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for Ken's Pizza and Pub, 170 Bank Street, 5 to 6 tables, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day, June 1st to November 1st, with the following condition. Licensee agrees that it shall comply with all local, state, and federal orders, directives, regulations, guidance, and advisories relating to a public health emergency, and that the failure to do so may result in the City Council suspending or revoking the permit for violation of this condition.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded from Councillor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We've now completed the deliberative agenda. A motion to adjourn is now in order. Someone, Councillor Hanson.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Hanson. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Pine. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and we are now adjourned at 8:48. We will now go back to the recessed City Council meeting, starting with item 5.01 of our deliberative agenda. So I'll give folks just a second to switch back over. Okay, is everyone back on that screen? Everyone feeling ready? Okay, so this is the item 5.01 is the mayoral appointments for the fiscal year of 2021. Before we make a motion, I'll kick it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think people in gallery mode can see a bunch of new faces coming onto the screen here as we've asked all of the department heads who I have put before you for reappointment to turn on their cameras. I'd like you and the public to get a chance to see them at this moment, this important moment where annually I bring forward to you a slate for reappointment. People who have been paying attention to city government in these in recent years know that this group of department heads, many of whom have been here for years, some of whom are new, are extremely talented group, expert in their fields. They are outstanding communicators, both internally and with the public. This is a group that's committed to collaboration, innovation, and looking at the data and making decisions based on evidence, not intuitions. What was not maybe as obvious until the last 2.5 months that this is also a team that is willing and able to do whatever it takes to work whatever hours are necessary to keep the people of Burlington safe and to help lead this community through just a tremendous public health emergency and economic disaster. Virtually every member of the team that you see up here tonight has been called on to do something totally new in this emergency. And they have all done so without a single complaint, without flinching, and they've inspired their team, their more than 600-person city team that works for the people here to do the same and to take on duties that have never been imagined of the city of Burlington before. And we have a long way to go in this emergency. We are going to face challenges that we can't even imagine. I think the emergency, the difficulty of the time we're living in, the dynamics of that changed dramatically even over the last week. This is the team that will lead this community through this. I'm proud to serve with them. I hope the council will give them your strong, unanimous support tonight in reappointing each of them. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Paul, will you please offer a motion on these appointments?
Yes, President Tracy, it's with pleasure that I make a motion to confirm the fiscal year 2021 mayoral appointments.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Stromberg. Any discussion on this motion?
I have a
Councillor Jing, go ahead.
Yep, I have two questions. And Mayor, I think you said it right. These are outstanding staff, people doing great work above and beyond to get things done for the city of Burlington. I want to thank them. But I know that some of them do not live in Burlington. And if it's not Mr. Bill Ward, who else of this slate is not a resident of Burlington, which is kind of contrary to our charters? Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Jang, you're not being asked to vote on residency exceptions tonight. That is something that is done, one-time vote on each of them. We had never revisited those residency requirements, and those are permanent votes when they're made. I'm not prepared to list for you the people that have been granted those residency requirements. And frankly, again, given what this team is doing, I would hope that would not be on the front of anyone's mind as you make the vote to on the refilling of these critical positions in this time for the year ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Tracy.
Yep, you still have the floor, Councilor Jane. Go ahead.
Thank you. So now, thank you. You can answer that question at this point. But now, is it possible for you to tell us if any of them is planning to leave the city in this year, to leave this position? Have you received any requests or information that they're leaving the city?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to answer that?
If the question is, do I expect, I'm not sure I fully understand the question. I'm reappointing only people that I expect to serve out their terms. These are one-year terms with the exception of Mr. Vickery, who serves a 2-year term. And if I didn't expect, if I was aware that these individuals didn't expect to fill out their terms, I would not be reappointing them. I think there is one possible, I believe there is one exception to that, in that one assistant city attorney, Richard Hessler, is contemplating retirement at some point in the coming year, and I think that is expected. But if you would like to have details about that, the city attorney who's here might be able to speak to that.
Not really. Thank you. So, I think the residency requirement, when will the council need to weigh on that, if any?
You've already done it. No, there's no new residency requirement being sought tonight.
So it's, Mr. Tracy, is this why it's not, let me leave it to that for now, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jang. Councilor Paulino, go ahead.
So I just have the reverse comment, actually. I'm surprised that you guys are sticking around and sticking with us. I think that, we've all seen you guys spread pretty thin and do, as the mayor said, very things not within my job title, that could easily have been said, and you guys have stepped up to the plate, and the public notices, and I don't think that this is a time for change. And I think your stepping up for reappointment at this time shows your dedication to Burlingtonians. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paulino. Councilor Pine.
I just wanted to thank all of you for being devoted public servants to do this work, to do the work that the people of Burlington need done. And I want to just really from my heart say, I love the city with all my heart, and to have you provide this service to us is a great thing. And you're sacrificing time from your families, because this job is not a 9 to 5, as you know. And I just want to thank you all. And I want to give a special call out to our newest employee, Taisha, newest department head, Taisha Green, and look forward to working with Taisha as well as all of you in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want the public to realize that, as the mayor said, this team before you is really a team of heroes. And Burlington has fared far better than most of the country. And we didn't start out on that trajectory. And it's much of the work that this team did, not only with the city, but with the state and with the hospital, that has made a real difference in the trajectory of disease in this community. And it's made a real difference in the quality of life for people who are struggling. They have a place to go, and this team has pulled together to offer help in any way that not only the administration has asked them, but that the public has asked them. And I just want to thank each and every one of you. I can't believe just, that we're so lucky to have people like you who step up to the plate in all the ways that you have done, and done things that you weren't even asked to do. And, as mentioned before, worked all kinds of hours and many, many sleepless days. So thank you all. And I will be fully supportive of this team.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any other councilors wishing to offer comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll just also add my thanks, and just look forward to continued collaboration with all of you as we work to plan agendas and get items serving this great city together. Really excited to continue to work with this team. I agree with all the sentiments that have been expressed, and appreciate your continued flexibility as we navigate our way through very, very challenging times. With that, we will go to a vote on the motion. Are there all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We could give the department heads a round of applause. Appreciate that. It's usually really nice to actually have all of our department heads. They dress up really nicely and come in, and so it's nice for us to offer some recognition to all the hard work that they do. So I'm sorry we're not able to do more of that for you all in person, but
we're all standing in spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Absolutely. Okay, so now that we've reappointed our department heads, we will move to item 5.02, which is an update from bargaining unit, from one of our bargaining unit presidents for AFSCME, Damian Gilbert. If councilors who are not speaking could just please mute their mics so we don't get that feedback. Are we able to get Mr. Gilbert on the line?
Councilor Tracy, I have promoted both Damian and David to Central. So Damian and David, you should be able to unmute yourselves. Let me see if
So just for folks, I had a request from one bargaining unit from the AFSCME folks to join us and to just provide some comments. And so I extended that offer to all 4 of our bargaining units, those being IBEW, police, and fire. AFSCME was the only one who responded wishing to speak, and that's Damian Gilbert, who's the president of AFSCME, which covers a wide employees serving the city in a wide range of different departments. So, Mr. Gilbert, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am. Hi, Max. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks.
You're looking well.
You are. Oh, I wish I could see you, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Good to see you, Damian. All right. Thank you very much. So go right ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Merle, the mayor, for allowing me to speak tonight, and the city council. me and David had kind of collaborated on a speech that we had prepared tonight. I wanted to go into tell you exactly how much your staff, my union members, have actually killed it for you during this pandemic. You know, they've been out in the trenches, not knowing what's going to happen in the beginning of it, and then being essential staffing. They have actually done an outstanding job for the city, making sure that everything is flowing smoothly, everything is going well, almost like it hadn't missed a beat. But I believe that they've actually killed it for you. I think they've done an amazing job. I had told Merle this the other day when we had spoke via Zoom, and I just wanted to put out my gratitude and appreciation for the membership and your city workers for stepping up. I mean, really stepping up in this time, and they should be really appreciated for their hard work. David, do you want me to read this, or do you want to go ahead as David? Are you there?
Yep, I can see David. So David, if you're interested.
I'm good, Damien. It's all you, man.
Okay. I'd like to thank the mayor, the city Burlington Council, for having me here today to express the concerns of the hardworking members of AFSCME Local 1343, which I'm the president of. As the city employees, and I am a city employee myself, we have done everything that has been asked of us during COVID-19. While many were working from their home, our union members continue to staff the water department, the wastewater plant, Parks and Rec, Code, DPW, and many others, ECS. There are a lot of good people out there taking care of business. We kept the roads open, we kept the water flowing, we kept your buildings clean. We kept all essential public services going during this time of crisis. We did our part. We did amazing. As many of our members hoped that our efforts would be recognized by this crisis by being paid to those for putting their health on the line during the laboring during this pandemic. Therefore, a few weeks ago, we were both surprised and concerned just to receive a request from the mayor to reopen our contracts, not to receive crisis pay, but instead to give back our modest wages increases that we negotiated for. We were also asked to make other economic concessions. The mayor not only asked this of us, but he asked the IBEW of the power plant and the firefighters as well. The mayor spokespeople, the city attorney, told us that if we did not agree to these concessions, we would face layoffs. All the city unions firmly denied this request. We further indicated that we were prepared to defend our jobs. And here, AFSCME started a process of organizing an informational picket line to do just that. However, over the last week, after beginning organizing our picket, the mayor came back to us to say that his administration had found needed resources, that he was no longer looking to have our unions open our contracts. He further stated that he was no longer considering immediate layoffs. And it was great news. We appreciate that. And it was a win. But now we are not out of the woods yet. Our members still have grave concerns. The fact is, asked the mayor to put in writing that no union members would suffer layoffs as a result of economic crisis. The mayor told us he could not do that, as he does not know what the future holds. So, although our members continue to deliver public services to the people of Burlington, we do so under the shadow. We worry about our jobs are still at risk. We worry that we can still face layoffs in the months ahead, and that the pandemic continues. We could find ourselves without the means to support our families. This is not right. This should not happen. This cannot happen. If we are to continue to put our health on the line to deliver services to Burlington, it is only fair that we do so knowing that the economic future is secure for us. AFSCME recognizes that the health crisis has become an economic crisis. We see that, we know it. We're out there every day. But if we are to enter a great new depression, we must prepare to come out with a new deal, and not only for pay cuts, or job cuts, but it is time to increase public services. Now is the time to ask the rich to pay their share. Therefore, we support a proposal to the city charter change calling for the city to implement a progressive income tax on the wealthiest Burlington residents. And here we invite the city council and the working people of Burlington to agree with us. We further ask the commitment of the city council to stand with us and never ask unions in the city to reopen their contracts and make concessions ever again. Not laying off any union workers, rehiring seasonal workers, agreeing to recognize them as union members with the access to grievance proceedings and just cause protection. No reduction in city services, no privatization of city services, no cuts in school staffing or programs. Where cuts must be made, they must start from the top, the upper management, including with the police brass and political appointments. Understand that AFSCME Local 1343 continues and will be able to work with the city to identify potential savings where appropriate and where the public interest is not negatively impacted. We have already told the mayor that we will, and to have our DPW members do more of the city work in City Hall Park. This could be a way to direct funds to support city workers. And to do this, we will welcome the city to cancel any present contracts agreements with SD Ireland, which is not a union shop, a closed shop. And so, in short, we would already be willing to have such cost savings to discuss with the city. But also knowing that we defend our jobs, our pay, the jobs of all non-union management employees, and we will never sacrifice the public's good for the perceived short-term gain. We are public servants. We are union strong. In conclusion, we need you to also understand that on June 9th, we will be holding and planning an informational picket around City Hall. We are doing this in highlight of the concerns and priorities that we have discussed with you tonight. We are doing this in solidarity with the AFSCME and NEA school workers who about the future is uncertain for them. We are doing this in solidarity with the UA workers and the UVM who are also facing progressive cuts. We are doing this in solidarity with the AFT nurses and the medical staff at the hospital who likely face uncertainty during these dangerous times. We are doing this in solidarity with the food workers like those of the UE Local 203 who have had the struggle of receiving livable wages during this pandemic. We are doing this in solidarity with the Chittenden County Farm and Immigrant Justice who have received no additional benefits during COVID-19. We are doing this in solidarity with the state workers of the VFEA who are being asked to do more with less. We are doing this in solidarity with all Vermont workers' families, demanding that social programs and expansions as they mean to get through these hard times. In short, we will be picketing on June 9th as a show of support, unity in all essential workers, all workers for that matter. We picket for a new deal. AFSCME Local 1343 invites you to stand with us. United, we are union strong. We rise up. I want to thank you for being able to give that speech. I'm hoping that you'll take it to heart, understand what I've come across for you. We only had a short time to write it, so hopefully I did it some justice. I'm not a public speaker. Is there any questions for anybody, or David, would you like to give your thoughts?
Look, what Damien's expressing on behalf of our 200 plus members who work for the city and 50 plus members that work for the schools is very serious. We cannot deal with this economic crisis by balancing budgets on the low income and working class people. Clearly, at the city level, at the state level, at the town level, at the national level, it's time for the wealthy and those that are off to pay their fair share. We unequivocally support the Perry Friedman resolution and the process that she would like to start. in order to see the wealthy of this community pay its fair share. So we ask the city council and the mayor to in this effort and to come stand with us as we struggle through these economic hardships.
Thank you. Are there any councilors looking to be recognized? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Point of order, Councilor Tracy.
Yep, Councilor Mason, go ahead.
I am very concerned about where this goes. There were a number of points that were just raised that were the subject of bargaining. We have always bargained through our representative, the city attorney, and appointed. I don't know what just happened, but I do not feel opening it up for questions relating to issues that, frankly, the council hasn't been updated on, nor are we engaged in public bargaining. So I don't.
Can I make a?
I'm sorry.
Can I address that?
David, please don't speak. I'm the chair.
Thank you.
I've given you your time. I went to great lengths to allow you to speak. Please respect that. Councilor Mason has made a point of order. Attorney Blackwood, are you able to speak to the legality of this item? Are we able to offer questions? Are we actively in bargaining? Because to my understanding, we are not actively in bargaining.
We are not actively in bargaining at the moment. What has been left open is whether or not there is future bargaining. So there are things you have to be careful about, but I do think that you can probably ask some questions and it's up to the union folks whether or not they want to answer them. I would caution the councilors that it's probably not a good time for you to express opinions that could then later be used one way or another when there is when bargaining is occurring. But I think and I will be sure to pop up if I think that there is something a question that you are asking that I think crosses a legal line somewhere. But I think there is room for you to ask some questions, and it's up to the representatives whether or not they wish to answer.
Thank you, Attorney Blackwood. Councilor Mason, I'm going to allow it to move forward given that explanation. Councilor Stromberg, I saw your hand up. Go ahead, Councilor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. I realize that this is an extremely careful topic, and I don't want to walk any lines tonight. I just want to express my gratitude towards David and Damien for being here tonight and expressing their frustration. I think that's incredibly important in what they have been doing in terms of their organizational skills and their workers and all of the workers that have been doing, basically keeping our society afloat. I just want to say I understand and thank you so much. I know that, it's already a late night, so that's it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Any other councilors? Councilor Hanson.
Great. Yeah, I want to echo that as well. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for speaking on behalf of not just yourselves, but all essential workers and all workers during these difficult times. And can't thank you enough for keeping our city running and all that you're doing, and for your input as well around the budget. And I really support a lot of the ideas that you brought forward about how we can continue to move forward on our budget and move towards New Deal framework and a Green New Deal framework and prioritize what's most important in the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Any other councilors? Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think I would just want to, as I did with the department heads, I also want to thank the staff working every single day. You are more close to the community than many people because you're right there delivering services. Wanted to say how appreciative I am personally. But at the same time, I want to also express, we all know we are in different times, difficult times, and inviting everyone to just kind of have an open mind, allowing a wiggle room in things that we hold on to very tight. So I am confident that if you, the staff of the city of Burlington, including the school district, the administrations and also the department head, if we all come together, there is no issue that we cannot solve together. This is just an invitation to maybe think about ways that we can all come together as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Any other councilors? Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Thank you. Damien, David, good to see you in your little box on my computer. Councilor Jang is right. We spent just before you came on, talking and really expressing our appreciation for department heads. And that certainly extends to every employee in the city of Burlington. So please, on my behalf, on our behalf, don't want to speak for anyone else, but certainly on mine, express my appreciation to your membership and hope that you will get the word out that we greatly appreciate the work that you do. And good to see you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Any other councilors? Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Just wanted to thank our guests, Damian and David. The fact that the city council has to grapple with some very difficult challenges, I know is not lost on any of your members as well. I think the members should know that the city council is, in my opinion, is charged with trying to balance all of the needs and interests, and the needs of the employees, in my mind, are critical, because without our city employees, we really don't, that's what we offer. Our city employees are the backbone of our city. And so I just want you to feel the appreciation. I want you to understand that I believe that this whole city council and the administration as well places great value on the people who do the work to keep our city going. And I just want to call that out and acknowledge the great work you all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Freeman.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just also wanted to thank you, Damian, and you, David, as well, for coming and speaking. I just really appreciate it, and I appreciate so much the work that you're doing. And I think that it's hard for me to not get sentimental when I think of people who, like myself, who are working this time and working on the ground and not get emotional, rather, I think is the best, maybe a better term. But I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the work that you're doing, the concerns that you're voicing, the issues that you're standing for and putting out here. I can't thank you enough, and I really appreciate you coming tonight, and I hope to continue the conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Other councilors? Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. Appreciate the opportunity just to say a few things. First of all, I want to wholeheartedly endorse the point Damian has made about the fact that the whole city team has been totally committed to serving the people of Burlington through this epidemic. I made this point with the department heads in the reappointment, and I wholeheartedly endorse the notion that that ethic has been shared throughout the organization. And it wouldn't amounted, the fact that department heads were committed to this wouldn't have amounted to a whole lot if the whole city team did not take the same can do whatever it takes kind of attitude. And I thought Damian's description of what city workers have done through this emergency was very eloquent, and I appreciate that being shared tonight. It's said better than I've heard anyone else say it. From the first days of this crisis, knowing how important this city team was to this community, and knowing the kind of work that Damian described, I have not wanted to, and have not, unlike many peers in executive roles in city government, laid off a single employee, including employees that, because of the nature of their jobs, were unable to perform those jobs, and they were essentially idled. And there were dozens of employees that fit that category. And I didn't think it was right to lay anybody off in the middle of a pandemic that was creating such chaos, despite the fact that there are unemployment programs out there. I feared for what it would mean to put public employees into that. And even though many colleagues are doing that, we haven't done that to this day. Further, understanding the nature of this epidemic, I appreciate the partnership with Damian and others in crafting generous leave policies so that anyone who did not feel comfortable performing duties, if they were essential worker, anyone who did not, who had childcare responsibilities and could not, would get the support of the city nonetheless. And I promised that in the opening days to city workers, and I think we've made good on that promise. I did say to everybody on the city team early on, and I repeated this to Damien earlier today, that I could not guarantee that we would be able to continue that. We haven't had to have any layoffs or furloughs to date, but I said we couldn't guarantee that because I thought that was the honest thing to do. We are in a moment of tremendous uncertainty, and I never would have guessed 90 days ago we'd be losing 20% of our revenues in the upcoming year. We've never seen anything like that in recent decades. And I thought, and continue to think, given the incredible fluidity and uncertainty of this moment, that the only way to be straight and to make good on this principle that we've had from the beginning of being fair to city employees is to tell them we couldn't guarantee the future going forward. That said, for those of you who were part of the budget effort earlier, budget discussion, should know that we have been making very steady progress with this budget. When we told union leaders very early on in this that we thought we needed to reopen the negotiations, we said we would be doing that. We would be making that request for purposes that we would be making that while still hoping we would not need to do that. We would need to start the discussions to the nature of the budgeting process, knowing that we very much hoped that we would not need the concessions on bargained items. No one wanted to, there's no one, the city management team has no desire to reopen these contracts. We only will do so if we are forced by external events to do so. We hoped, even as starting this discussions, that these concessions would not be necessary. And I'm happy to say that that is where we currently find us. And that was the upshot of the meetings earlier. We are no longer requesting reopening because the budget picture has modestly improved, and because we have come up with a way with the hardworking department head team and with people throughout the ranks to find other cuts where it does not appear that will be necessary. I do say we are not out of the woods yet because we are in the middle of a pandemic with an uncertain future and we don't know where this is headed, but things would have to work for us to come back to the bargaining units and come back to the council and be proposing a budget that requires reopening of the contracts. So I just appreciate the opportunity to make that clear, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Is that Councilor Shannon looking to get recognized? Any other councilor wishing to be recognized on this item? Okay, I appreciate all the comments on this particular item. I also appreciate Damien and David for joining us and just being willing to share your perspective. I certainly feel that that sense of appreciation. I was out in my front yard last week and saw one of the recycling employees single-handedly alone collecting recycling on the street, just going up and down the street doing that on the hottest day that we've had yet this year. And just really doing a great job. And I just think that was emblematic of the work that so many of your members do day in and day out to keep the city running. So I very much appreciate that. I appreciate the council being willing to include it, and the administration for being willing to have a sort of unorthodox item on. This is not something that we've done before, but these are not times that we've lived through before. And so I wanted to try something a little different today. To just open the channels of communication, and I hope that we're able to keep good communication going between bargaining units and the council and administration moving forward. All right, we still have quite a bit on the agenda, so I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, and have a great night. I will now move into item 5.03, I'll go to Councilor Mason. Councilor Mason, go right ahead.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading, accept the communication, place it on file, and ask for the floor back for a brief explanation.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will not go through the report, as I'm assuming everyone's had an opportunity to read, but for those who have not and the public's benefit, this is a report based on a committee that was formed by the last council in order to investigate or explore potential changes to the Central Peddling District, which is a district in the downtown area, specifically focused on food trucks. And then on the assumption, the recommendation were to add, there are currently 2 places in the downtown or the Central Peddling Districts where food trucks are allowed, but on the assumption that there was a desire to expand that to come up with best practices. The committee consisted of a number of stakeholders from the downtown area, retailers, representatives from Church Street Marketplace Commission, residents, and city staff. After a series of 3 hearings where we received input, it was clear to me as the chair at that time that there was not a consensus to move forward with an expansion in light of COVID now and the struggles our downtown restaurants are facing. I think revisiting that at this time would be an even more fruitless exercise. Having said that, I would like to thank the committee members who stepped up and served: Sandy Pasijic, Alex Bunton, Deb Miller, Chio Sampson, Jeff Nick, Chris Hasley, and Will Clavel, and then city staff, Sydney Dermick and Christine Dunbar for their time. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any comments or questions from other councilors? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the motion to accept the communication and place it on file. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Councilor Mason, for that report. Moves us to item 5.04, resolution, just economy charter changes. Councilor Freeman.
Yes, I would like to, can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yep, I can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I just moved entirely, so hopefully my connection will be good enough. But just let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would like to waive the reading. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Freeman, a second from Councilor Stromberg. You have the floor, Councilor Freeman.
Thank you, President Tracy. I am so excited to be bringing the solution forward. You know, I understand there was quite a lot of comment devoted to it in via public forum. I understand there are aspects of it that are controversial. I will say from my perspective, I'm excited because it's hard to express like just exactly how much this is like the culmination of so much of sort of, I feel like the work that I've been passionate about in my life, and the reason why I even got involved in politics in the first place, and the reason why I wake up every day and do the things that I do and care about seeing more equity and a better and more whole community that we can all sort of enjoy together. So yes, okay, so you know, as I said, one of the main things I really wanted to tackle and thought about a lot as I got involved in politics and doing policy work is this massive structural wealth inequality and wanting to bring more power to working, you know, everyday people. And what is so problematic, I think, is just the generations that we have seen issues like white supremacy and patriarchy and capitalism just sort of ravage inequality and suffering on our communities. I would say that this resolution and these structural changes that they propose are pretty much just scratching the bare surface minimum of addressing those very, 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 very destructive and systems and structural injustices, but I think it is a step in the right direction, to say the least. So there are 7 items in this resolution. They don't all come, they go to there. It's a resolution to refer items to charter change. They do not all come back to council at the same time. They sort of are staggered. And that was in consideration of the workload of the charter change committee, excuse me, as well as just the need to, yeah, sort of stagger this out. And I've heard, you know, a lot of the public comment, I think, brought up just so much the need for process. And I think that's what I want to put forth, is that none of this is really set in stone at this point. This is draft language. This is suggested language for the Charter Change Committee to review. There is ample opportunity for public process, for input. I have, you know, that's really something that I value and that I want to see going forward. I think especially around the taxation issues, I think that's the issue so far that is probably driven the most amount of concern or questions. And I absolutely don't want to create something that's not going to be successful and work for our community. I want to, what I meant by the principle is that the principle is around the concept of progressive taxation. I think that that is a value that I would like to put forward as a community. The exact numbers are something that absolutely should be looked at. If you know, people brought up the 125,000 in income or the 500,000 for the sales tax. If those are not the right numbers, then they're not the right numbers. I'm not. This is nothing is set in stone. This is the beginning of a process. So the 7 items are, just to name them: the just cause eviction policy, the just cause employment policy, a city minimum wage, a fair work week policy, participatory budgeting process, and then the 2 taxation concepts, which were the municipal income tax and the luxury property tax. These policies were just inspired in large part by wanting to give better protection to workers, to renters, to put forward the value of community governance and provide for more progressive taxation. I think to sort of summarize my thoughts on this is that I'm really excited to be bringing it forward. I think this really just gets the ball rolling in terms of putting some action behind this. I think that's also so much of my frustration in doing and being involved in policy conversations and organizing work over almost a decade now is I don't want us to just talk the talk anymore. I think it's time that we walk the walk. I think the public health emergency of COVID-19, as well as the unbelievable violence and of police brutality that has just, I think, torn up people immensely over the last few weeks. It speaks so much to the material impact of the systems of inequality that we have. And it is so easy, really, to talk about resolving that and to have a dialogue. But at the end of the day, we have to walk the walk. We have to start looking at the policies and the structural changes that are going to change the way we live and the way that people have access to resources and whether they can eat. I mean, these are huge issues, and these are structural and root problems, and we need to walk the walk on them. And I'm feeling like we need to start the process. So I hope that the council will join me in that position, and I'm curious to hear the comment from the council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Are there other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I am happy to be supporting this. I echo a lot of what Councillor Freeman has said. I think it's important, especially during this pandemic and the ways that it has just laid bare the grotesque inequality in our society. I heard some public comments that now isn't the time. I think now really is the time. Being in this crisis, in this economic crisis, we do need to think bigger and try to be bolder with our policy solutions and create more structural reforms rather than smaller changes that scratch the surface. So I appreciate that this policy starts to look at different ways of governance in terms of participatory budgeting and bringing the community into the budgeting process. I appreciate the ability of Burlington to be able to set our own minimum wage, given that our economy is unique from much of the state, and the minimum wage in some parts of the state may not be enough for Burlington, given the high cost of livings that we face. I appreciate the idea of looking for alternative ways of raising revenue to address a lot of the issues that we all want to address. I think we all are aware of the regressive nature of the property tax, and this is an opportunity to do something about that and not just talk about that, as Councillor Freeman said, to begin to explore a form of revenue that is not regressive and that in fact targets those making the most and those owning the most in terms of property value. So I really appreciate that we're starting to look at this. I think it's going to be a long process when you talk about the fact that these items are going to have to go through the charter change committee process, come back to council, be voted on by the entire electorate, and then also go through, even beyond that, the process of actually developing the policies themselves if we get permission from the state. So I think I'm glad to see us start to get the ball rolling on being able to take some bolder steps as a community and respond to a lot of the economic challenges faced by our residents. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Other councillors? Councillor Stromberg, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I don't want to take up too much time because Councillor Freeman and Hanson really hit the nail on the head with those points. And also another thing to take into account, and for all those people who spoke during the forum, I appreciate your input, absolutely. And the important takeaway is this is not set in stone. Those numbers are not, that's not the final deal. That's, this is the start of the conversation. You have to start somewhere. And I think that, this is seen as a bold move right now. And to me, it's kind of a no-brainer because our entire economy is not sustainable right now. So when we have most people being working class folks dealing with also COVID in terms of their already, oppressed systems, this is highlighting a lot of the, the systemic inequalities that we knew were there. Now it's just blatantly in our face. And if we're saying, oh, we'll handle it tomorrow when things calm down, nothing's calming down for those individuals who happen to be most people. So I really echo what Councillor Hanson and the resolution that Perry Freeman brought forward. And we are incredibly open to amending things and taking into account everyone's opinion on this matter. It is important, we're all being impacted differently. We are being impacted though. And I really want to echo those sentiments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Pine, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think some of the basic concepts of this resolution, we may agree on probably more of this, I think, than would be obvious. I think there's maybe broad agreement on a number of these issues. The ones that I just want to call out that I don't know if the process is what bothers me, but the piece where it all goes to one committee to handle everything, to have all the policy debates and charter change, is the part that I keep getting stuck on. So community development, neighborhood revitalization has focused its efforts on just cause eviction. We haven't gotten into any of the details, but it's among our top priorities. And it's not clear how these two processes would happen in parallel or in tandem and how that process would work. So I was seeking for a joint committee where the Charter Change Committee and CDNR would meet together and take public comment and have staff support to do research and have discussion and debate and do all of that in another forum. So I think that was something that I was hoping to see. And I think the question about you know, a luxury, call it a higher sale price housing tax, and many people say it's not luxury housing anymore. So just call it you know, higher priced homes sales tax, is an issue that I think you know, we have some subject matter expertise in this committee, and I do think that we ought to use our committee structures in a way that's inclusive and allows us to debate policy issues really fully and fully vet them. And I do think that sending it all to Charter Change Committee presupposes that the rest of the council through its committees really can just sort of not be involved. And I think we can always attend meetings, but I think it's different when committees get assigned issues to take on. So that's my only real concern. I just want to, you know, tell people that referring something to a committee can be perceived by some as an indication of support, but I think it really ought to be viewed as a way to start a process. And so if you don't necessarily agree with all the items, I don't think that's a reason to not refer something to committee. So while I just said that I'd like to have just cause eviction and the higher priced housing sales tax in the CDNR committee with charter change, I still think that these issues are important issues for us to take serious discussion, map it out over a time period. It's probably going to be not as quick as some would like, and change can take some time, and to get this right. And we may not end up actually advancing all of these issues. I'm not sure that all of them are actually achievable or even the best public policy decisions. We haven't had those discussions. But I don't think we ought to shut the door on it and say because we haven't had those discussions, we can't then take some next step. So I am hopeful that at some point in this conversation, I would like to offer that we actually send at least the just cause eviction and the higher priced home sales tax to a joint convening of the two committees. But I'll hold off on that until other councilors have a chance to speak.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I see you, Councilor Hightower. I had Councilor Carpenter next. Go ahead, Councilor Carpenter. You're on mute.
Sorry. Thanks. I mean, I'm not quite where to start, and I appreciate Councilor Freeman's points, but I feel like this resolution, as written, is premature. We talk about it as a starting point, but all the words are very specific. It doesn't talk about process. It doesn't talk about input. It doesn't organize the issues big and small. I mean, Councilor Freeman talked about the 7 issues or 6 issues. Just cause eviction, CDNR is already working on. We can continue that and bring a recommendation. I think the concept of participatory budgeting, I can't say that, could go straight to CD or charter change. Work the words. It's an internal governance issue. It's one that we can debate. The other 2 buckets are huge. They're employer-employee relationships affecting private businesses and private enterprise that we've had no discussion on. Other ways of more progressive taxation, we should have a conversation about that and understand it, but there's a lot of homework to be done, and none of that is being addressed. And I can't go to voters, I can't go to constituents and not have in hand a process for discussing all of that. And I think the resolution just doesn't match what I'm hearing people say, which is we need to get those on the table and talked about, but how? And the very specific words of the resolution don't address that. And I think we're just premature. I don't, do we have to decide this tonight? All of those bullets with all of that in it, or can we think out how we're going to tackle, especially the two big ones, employer relations and taxation?
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Hightower.
And I'm not going to talk long because I would defer to Councillor Freeman on what she wants to do next. But I guess I just wanted to first thank Councillor Freeman for kind of having the courage to bring this up on council. I think that it's a lot of tough issues, and I think it's time that we talk about a lot of them. I very much understood this to be the start of a conversation. And I think that's probably because I've had conversations directly with Councillor Freeman, and I'm excited to have those conversations. I can understand the hesitancy. I wouldn't support this if this was saying, oh, let's put this on the ballot as is. I think we're not quite ready for that. But I'm very excited that Councillor Freeman is trying to start a dialogue, and happy to engage in that dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Are there other councillors looking to be recognized? Councillor Shannon, go ahead. I see you, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. So I just want to kind of, this is quite a bucket of different things all thrown into one. So I'll treat them a little bit separately. So the just cause evictions, I'm hearing that the discussions are in CDDNR. I just want to say that I'm concerned. We have, eviction is not an easy process in Burlington, and in the past we've come forward with charter changes that require very specific longer terms for giving people notice when you're not going to renew a lease, or they have to move on. There's actually quite a long notice period. When we did that charter change, it was very specific. We knew what we were talking about. I don't really know what this language is even intended to mean, but I do know that there are a lot of situations in Burlington where the eviction for cause process can be very challenging. And when a lease is up and you have a problem tenant who maybe has not been paying the rent consistently, has been dealing drugs out of your apartment, but you can't prove it, has been causing problems for the other tenants in the apartment, there's oftentimes that out of respect for the other tenants, you need to get somebody out. And it's beneficial to everybody to have some tools in the tool chest to do that. I also, I think there are some terrible situations in Burlington in terms of what tenants have to put up with in terms of condition of their apartments and the cost of their apartments, and I'm very sympathetic to that. But I don't know what this particular thing means. Wrongful discharge of employees without just cause. I also don't know what that means, or how we can be the judge of that as a city, or where that comes from, if there's a model for that somewhere. Creating a municipal income tax for people making over $125,000 a year. I don't know how a city of 42,000 people can put these kind of taxes in place and not be impacting people, and pushing people out of Burlington. A lot of people spoke to that, and I don't think that there hasn't been any kind of process to come up with these numbers to determine what the impacts of this type of taxation would be and what the benefits would be, if there would be benefits. And I'm wondering who's expected to do that research, since it hasn't been done at this point. What's called the luxury sales tax is actually a regressive tax. It's a very regressive tax. It in no way reflects what somebody is getting from the sale of a house. Because you can sell a duplex in Burlington for $500,000, and these are middle-class folks, and you may owe $510,000 or $550,000 on that duplex that you just sold for $500,000, because people get underwater in real estate. You could sell a single-family home for $499,000, $999,000, and cash in pocket $499,000, $999,000. You get to walk away with that. There's no tax on that, but there's a tax on the $500,000 house that the person sold and walked away with nothing. It's also a tax that is already levied by the state, and I don't know why the state would want to give up that taxing authority that they have held for themselves. The next one is a minimum wage for all workers in the city. I mean, I think that that really pushes a lot of businesses to operate outside the city. And I think we should have a minimum wage, and we should raise the minimum wage, and we need to do it on a much larger level than the city, because it's just too easy. Our city is so tiny. People just go over the line to have their business where they don't have these regulations that could be anything at the whim of a council. And the same goes with the good faith estimate of employees' work schedules. I wonder how that affects all of the mom and pop stores in the Old North End. I mean, we're not talking about, you know, oil companies here. We're talking about our neighbors who are trying to get a business off the ground. And why would they do it here? We have so many businesses that are teetering on the brink of a cliff because of COVID. And it looks like we want to push them over the cliff rather than help them pull back. And these are not wealthy people. These are people bringing creativity and risk to our community to create something. And they're creating little shops around here that we all like to walk and bike to. And if they leave, we can't walk and bike to them anymore. Now we're driving to the outskirts because we've driven away the small businesses that are essential to our culture here in Burlington. I think that these are ideas that should be flushed out, that should be researched, that should not consume vast amounts of our staff time to figure it out when nothing has been done up to this point. And maybe when you've done that, and when you have looked at what's been done in other communities and how well has it worked, has it had the intended result, then that's a good time to bring it back. But we could spend a whole lot of time looking at these taxation items only to find out that Montpelier does not want to give us taxation authority, even if the city council does, and even if the public does. If there's no indication we're going to get it from the state level, why would we spend all of our resources and our staff resources pursuing this? So I think that this is not ready for prime time at a minimum, and I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Mason, and if other councilors want to get in the queue, please let me know. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will also be voting no. I don't quite, I mean, I'm hearing from some of the proponents that this is the starting place of a discussion, but as I read this seems like a lot of solutions when the problems, I mean, I appreciate the big picture problem has been identified, inequality, but these are very specific and concrete proposals that, from my perspective, haven't been identified as viable solutions or solving the problem the notion, and I appreciate I don't sit on CDNR, but the just cause termination, other jurisdictions that I've looked at, the reasons given for just cause would seem to swallow what's going on. It allows termination for not paying rent, for breach of breach of the agreement, for sale of the property. So I'm really curious, we're devoting all this time, but what problem are we solving if those are all still permissible? I'm very leery about injecting the city of Burlington into the employer-employee relationship and requiring a for cause termination. There's one state in the entire United States that has this type of provision, and that's Montana. And if you look at it, it's a very weak system. This goes so far beyond anything that exists for a problem that I don't know that exists. I have pretty big, in addition to just those concerns from a procedural perspective, I respect that some others on the other side, may have been brought up to speed. This was dropped on some of us on Thursday. It shows up on board docs. These are sweeping and material changes that would impact every resident, every renter, every homeowner, every employer, and every employee. And with the sole exception of just cause eviction, none of these have been discussed. They were dropped on a Thursday for consideration on a Monday, and it just so happened it's a weekend, where the United States is in chaos. So I'm finding it difficult to fully understand, we have to react to these very substantive proposals in 3 days. On a policy basis, I am very concerned, and I think some of the public commenters expressed this, that Burlington has historically had a reputation as being a challenging place to do business and to live. And I feel that these in combination further that message. I work with a number of businesses, quite honestly, as an attorney who specializes in corporate law. And the messages I received from my clients today was, are you kidding me? We're never moving to Burlington if you guys are going to pass this. So moving forward, beware of the unintended consequences. We have a huge, Burlington Town Center with hundreds of thousands of square feet of retail and office, and the mall are not even built, much less developed. What message are we sending to prospective tenants or to the developer if we pass this now? Not even knowing if Montpelier is going to go along with these pretty dramatic concerns. The tax proposal, on soaking the rich, from my constituents' perspective, we're in the midst of a reappraisal that is going to see, I know that now, it's going to see a material shift of value to the south end. That coupled with, we all know, the high school is coming. Those are material taxes. I knocked on doors, and I'm sure I know a lot of you did too. Not a single person told me, go and raise my taxes, but that's what we're proposing to do right now. And doing it before the impact of the reappraisal and the school bond fully flows through seems to me is crazy. On the sales tax proposal, as Councilor Shannon alluded to, the state of Vermont already collects a tax from the buyer on every commercial transaction of 1.45%. I don't know the way this is drafted, whether the intention is to put that tax on the buyer or the seller. I think from the buyer's perspective, shifting it onto the buyer is going to really impede commercial transactions. Putting it on the seller, as many of the public speakers spoke to, this is their primary asset, and taking, money, and that's where their equity has been built up, and taking that away, I don't feel that's going to go over well with the public. So, for those reasons, I will not be supporting this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I had Councilor Jeng in the queue to be followed by Councilor Paulino. Councilor Jeng, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think it will be important also to not undermine the hard work of Perry Freeman bringing this resolution forward. Whether or not I agree or disagree is another conversation, but just the fact you took action, because I believe that none of these were just your ideas that you came up with. These are something that you've been hearing and you want to make a change. And I think I recognize that aspect of you just putting something together. And I also completely agree with many people who spoke earlier. about it seems rush, even though it's very, very important in how do we sustain our economy, sustain the people that live here, and sustain our city, sustain the businesses and all of that. And all the time when I hear a business left the city, it scares me. All the time when I hear we don't do enough to control homelessness in downtown, our commercial district, I am fearful again. But I think at the same time, we collectively should not undermine any move, any efforts, because we all trying. I also would want to say that many people who spoke on public forum, they all were like, where this came from. People were like lost. And they all expressed that there has not been any background research about this, no community inclusion. But at the same time, I believe that the city council has already approved a luxury tax if you're selling a home that is over $600,000 or more. And it was a charter, it was introduced by the voters, and it was voted on, and it passed. The question is, how many tax are we accumulating from that policy that we all approved? Anybody here knows? I've been asking. Many people, we don't know. I think if we even collect these as per suggestion of Councillor Freeman, where does it go? And also, what is it for? What is it? Is it to increase, bring more affordable housing? Is it for childcare? Is it, what is it exactly we're collecting all of this money? What is the need? And I also agree with the sentiments that we should not get into private businesses and their interaction with their employees. We should stay away from it. At least when it's very research vetted, we could explore it. But at the same time, I don't want also this resolution to die. I believe there are components of it, such as 100, if you're making 125,000, why even that amount? Do we have data around how many people making that money? Are we also talking about, is it a household, or is it just individual, or is it also just city employees making that much? A lot of questions. Received many emails, such as all of you, and I could not reply to us. At least I replied to one of them, telling this is just a study. We don't know yet. I believe this is not ready. This is not ready, but at the same time, I don't want to kill it. Reason why, maybe there will be a chance to go back, revise the resolution, and maybe bring only one item that we can take on, or two items that we can take on, the charter change or CDNR can take on and explore. The other sentiments also are some component, it's already being done. I attended the CDNR meeting last time, and there were organizations that the tenants union, they were there. And I think they advancing something, they into something, and it's already including in this. So I would like to propose a motion to table this resolution tonight until our meeting on June 15th. Mr. Max, that's a motion on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Jeng has made a motion to table with the intent for a time certain. Attorney Blackwood, is that a motion to postpone instead?
Sorry, yes, it is.
Okay.
Motion to postpone to a date certain.
Okay, so Councillor Jeng, would you like to, is that the motion? Are you making a motion to postpone to our June 15th meeting? Is that what?
Okay, I would like then to make a motion to postpone this item until our meeting on June 15th.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Jeng. Is there a second? Seconded from Councillor Paulino. I believe that a motion to postpone is debatable. Is that correct, Attorney Blackwood?
Yes, it is.
Okay, are there any comments on the motion to postpone? Councillor Pine, go ahead.
Sure. While I think it's a lot of people who spoke in public forum tonight came with the notion or the impression that this was a fait accompli, that this was a something that we'd already decided and we were just going through the motions, or we were about to put it on the ballot. I think there was a lot of misunderstanding. I do think we owe it to our community to engage more fully with people before we make a decision. But what my point was is, I believe that what Councilor Jang's proposing would actually help this process and not hurt it. I think it's actually a good approach to take, and I think that's worth supporting. I do think we can build some more support, hopefully, for some of these ideas. I think actually anything we can do to achieve greater consensus among the council, perhaps some of them get put aside for a while and we focus on others. I just think anything we can do to get consensus around a few of these key items would make a big difference.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Anyone else looking to get into the queue on the motion to postpone? Okay, Councillor Freeman, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this was an interesting experience for me. I woke up this morning with enough majority of votes.
I'm sorry, Councillor Freeman, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
How about now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, this has been an interesting experience and process. I woke up this morning with pretty much enough votes to refer it to Charter Change Committee, and then I came into the meeting realizing that I don't think those votes were there. So that's just sort of a funny way that the council can work sometime. What I'm hearing from a lot of counselors or from some counselors is just a desire to engage with the material more before referring it. I do want, I really would like to set the intention of doing that then. And if there is an interest in collaboration in order to get this across the finish line, to refer some of these items, then to please do that. I did reach out to all of you individually. It didn't just show up. It shouldn't have just showed up on board docs. I personally reached out to every single one of you. So if it's tabled to next meeting, I think that's fine. We can work on it more. There was one other point that I wanted to make. Oh, yes, that at the same time, so we're tabling it or postponing it. I get it. And I've said this before about other things, but I don't think I said it strongly enough. A lot of it was around the placing issues. There is such a tendency to send things to committee and to send things into process and bureaucracy, and they never get done. And we do it all the time as politicians. We really do. And I really want us to really have a sense of urgency. And it was hard to hear that the idea that around just cause employment, which is something that I deal with and I see in people who are workers constantly. The at-will employment that we have in this country is an abomination, and it is an anomaly, and it is a complete injustice. And there's a huge disconnect there, and I have such a pressing sense of urgency around that, as well as many of these changes. And I am willing to have us postpone it, but we cannot just run the wheels and spin our wheels in bureaucracy without actually. You have to call the question at a certain point. This has to go through, and we have to be willing to actually take some action eventually. So I'll support postponing it. I appreciate all the conversation and the input so far, yeah, I hope we can come to a place of collaboration by next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Anyone else on the motion to postpone to next council meeting? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of postponement, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we will now call the, will the city clerk actually please call the roll on that item?
Councillor Carpenter,
Aye.
Councillor Jang,
Yes.
Councillor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you, City Clerk Goldberg. That item passes. And so the item is postponed to our June 15th City Council meeting. Which brings us to our next item. We had placed 5.05 on consent. So we now move to item 5.06, which is a communication and contract amendment regarding some work to be done on City Hall. So before we before we get to a motion on this item, I'm going to turn it over to Martha Keenan to share what exactly we are talking about this evening. So Martha, thank you for joining us. It's very much appreciated at this late hour. I know you've already gone through this at Board of Finance, but I think it would be helpful for us to get this context because I think there's some good stuff. Go ahead,
Thank
Martha.
you, President Tracy. I appreciate that. Would you like me to do the PowerPoint, President Tracy, or just give a background?
I found the PowerPoint to be quite helpful. If you could do it as abbreviated as you possibly can. I just thought the visuals are really helpful for painting a picture for counselors.
Absolutely. My pleasure. So what you have before you is a contract amendment, which is actually a contract amendment of the architect that was hired a little over a year ago to do the revisioning of City Hall. And due to the issue that's going on with us today, we have definitely changed that view. But what you have before you is asking to take a contract from $36,000 to $135,000. And that is to take us through the specification and construction documents and oversight of the construction for what I call capital improvements to City Hall. And so I have a quick slide PowerPoint, which I will share and do this. All right, did it come up, Council President Tracy?
We've gone into screen sharing mode, but I'm not yet seeing the PowerPoint.
All right.
Okay, now we got it.
All right, thank you very much. So what I'm calling it is that we're trying to create a safer and more secure space for employees and the public in City Hall. And so this was first heard about when I did my budget presentation a year ago. And there was $1 million that was set aside for City Hall. And my budget is all capital. So my money comes from general obligation bonds that are approved by the voters, and then some other capital items such as impact fees and penny for parks and street capital. But the dollars that are actually paying for this are general obligation bonds that are dedicated to do capital projects and cannot be used for the general fund operating budget. So we've trimmed down our plans due to the current financial climate, but we can't wait on employee safety. So we are looking at doing this work, and the building really needs between $5 and $7 million worth of work on it. And we are looking at investing $600,000 at this time, which is about 10% of the overall need, but it will help create a better environment for both the public and the employees by doing this work. The goals are improving security for employees, improving the energy efficiency of the building, creating better levels of service, We're unifying some of the departments. So we are bringing payroll from 200 Church Street to City Hall, and that would be the whole clerk treasurer team together. Putting the city attorneys together, they've been split up in their space, and also the IT department would be all together. What it will also do is create a level of separation between the public activities and the employee workspaces, which at the moment, as you know, people walk from one place to the other without any real challenge to doing that. So it provides us with a lot of net zero opportunities. We have hired Ellen Consulting to come in and do energy modeling. And they are the cutting edge firm on building energy efficiency at this point. We're going to drill some test wells for geothermal feasibility. And we're going to insulate the attic to improve the building envelope. Of course, we'll put in LED lighting, and we will be moving the mechanicals towards our with the amount of money that we're spending. We have to be realistic and understand that we will make steps in that direction, but we're not going to be able to get a net zero building by investing $600,000. But we will have the steps that we need to take to be ready to do that as funding becomes available to us. So the ground floor is getting the majority of the work. So that would be your floor that you walk into from Church Street and come down the elevator. On your left, as you came in, there's going to be a new area that will be a public facing sector. And that will be one of the few public sector areas. If you turned left and went down the hall towards where CR12 is existing, you would have a door there. This is going to be an employee door with a key card system on it, so that they are behind a space, a barrier per se, that will help make them feel more secure. President Tracy brought up earlier, and it does show all of the bike storage in the employee area, but we will most likely be leaving some of the bike storage out in the hallway in the corridor as well, so we can have both public and private bikes. There's a new health room. Something that is lacking in City Hall is any space for women or to be able to lactate, and we have a wellness room that we're including. We have a new, what was CR12 is now the Sharon Busher Conference Room, and it's slightly larger. It is got double doors that come in, make it a little more accessible. And then we have a second means of egress where you can go out into the alley between BCA and City Hall. So it's a very efficient use of all of the space. Most of it is office space, but there's a little bit of open office space as well. We go to the main floor, which is where the clerk treasurer is. And this floor basically is getting no work to it. We redid paint, carpet, electrical this past year. So it has had a facelift, but we're not going to do anything more at this time. On the second floor, we have a new security wall that would go across the end of the corridor. And then we're opening up the space to the corridor so that it will become a part of the working space. In addition, as you come up the stairs, there are two gorgeous windows on both sides of the stairs that you really can't see. One is in the women's room and one is in a little break room. And so they're both hidden. We're going to open up those windows so that you're going to bring all sorts of light and just make a much different atmosphere on that floor. Because it's loud, and that's those beautiful marble floors, we're going to put some noise dampening in it so that it will feel more comfortable and people can sit in these chairs and feel like it doesn't echo down the corridor. So we are aware of that challenge and we will address it. What we did is we had a huge, a lot of staff engagements. We had sent out surveys and we had 2 different meetings and we met multiple times with the department heads. We ended up, we're up to revision number I. So we started at A. I don't know how many that is, but it's a lot of different revisions that we've done. We have a new CR12, Sharon Busher conference room. We've improved storage. Most of our buildings have a real hard time with having any storage. And so we have some opportunities here. We're going to create storage where we can. Putting together the IT, moving payroll, opening up, the second floor, and creating these buffers between the staff and the public, which will make it better for both sets of folks. Our timeline, we're here to get approved on the contract tonight. This will provide us with allowing us to put the RFP out in the beginning of August, contract in September, where we would be coming back to you for that contract, and doing construction between September and December, being done by January. This is a really good time to do this because by doing it, there are very few people in the building at this point, and most of them can work remotely for the unforeseen future. So it would allow us to do construction in a building that is close to vacant, and that would be helpful cost-wise. And then we're also contributing to the economy by putting this out and hiring this done now. We're putting people to work, and right now that's a really great thing to be able to do. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Martha. And if you could just take it out of the screen share mode just for now, so I can see the counselors. Thank you very much. So thank you for that presentation. Are there counselors with questions or comments on what was just presented? Counselor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Martha. I really appreciate it. So yeah, a couple questions for me. One is if you could just give us a little bit better of a sense for those of us who aren't on Board of Finance of the sources of the revenue sources for this, a bit more of a breakdown there, and the taxpayer impact of this and how that fits in with the budget. And then the other piece would be one concern that came to mind as you were kind of showing it and going through it, that I'm sure you all discussed throughout the process, was just the idea of like openness of government, transparency of government, and not shutting folks out or making us feel insular or walled off in terms of our departments or the mayor's office. I know that that's a balance, obviously, between some of the security issues that motivated this in the first place, but just that other side of the coin of to what extent are we sacrificing or losing kind of the transparency and openness? Thanks.
Sure. So thank you for the questions. And the revenue source is all general obligation bonds, which was approved by the council in 2016. They approved a $27.5 million bonding for capital project initiatives. And one part of that was our infrastructure of facilities. And so that is the source of the funding. So capital bonding cannot be used for any general fund operating purpose. It has to be done for capital projects only. So it's basically a dedicated funding source. As to the openness versus security, you're right, that's a huge challenge. And we did look at it a lot. And on the third floor where it has the security wall, it's actually, we put wainscoting across the top and it's plexiglass on the top. So it's totally open. So it still creates that openness that you come in and a welcoming thing. And there'll be a person at that door entryway into the rest of the second floor. So we wanted to maintain that openness, just sort of like on the clerk treasurers where there are the glass doors going in clerk treasurers. That's a really important part of the building, and we want that to be the case. For the spaces on the ground floor, is really, those are a lot of the departments that you don't see. So the attorneys, the innovations IT department, the payroll, those are all the ones that are behind a door that is not going to be so public facing, but they don't normally visit a lot with the public. So it's not as crucial as some of the other departments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Pine.
Martha, could you just entertain the idea of did you look at the 4th floor and whether there's any usable space there for city operations to consolidate?
Absolutely. If there's a day that we can actually spend a lot of money on City Hall, there is about 3,000 square feet in the center of the attic that is absolutely gorgeous space. And they do fun things like they have new skylights that look like slate. So you could have a skylight that's on the roof of City Hall that would still look historically accurate because it would look like slate. So there are a number of things that could be done to it. The challenge is that it needs an elevator, and the stairwell that is there is not compliant at this point.
Thank you.
Any other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we do need a motion on the item itself. So is there a Councilor Shannon? Thank you.
I move to approve and authorize the Director of Public Works to amend the existing contract with VIA for design, construction documents, and project management services at City Hall by increasing the total contract amount from $36,063 to an amount not to exceed $135,000, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney. And I would ask for the floor back briefly after a second.
I have a motion, a second from Councilor Jang. Councilor Shannon, you have the floor.
I just wanted to thank Martha and the city administration for bringing this forward. I think this is so long overdue. And I actually really, as a historic preservationist, I really like the feel of City Hall the way it is, but it's not safe the way it is. And this is a huge opportunity when so many people are out of the building. We have gone to many of us who've been on the council for a little while have had the opportunity to travel to other cities and see how things are done in other cities and go into other city halls, and you really don't see what we have here in terms of the access. And I'm very sorry that I won't be able to personally waltz in on all of you anymore, but I am willing to accept that limitation, and will call, knock, buzz, whatever I need to do. And I think that this is really going to be a huge benefit for the dollars spent. I'm also really pleased with the energy efficiency work getting done at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Shannon. And are there any other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Okay, we will now go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Martha, for joining us so late and explaining this item to us twice tonight.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So we are going to stick with DPW for our next item, which is a communication from Chapin Spencer and Norm Baldwin regarding making space for restaurant and retail recovery program. So before we get to a motion, I'll turn it over to Chapin and Norm to share some information about what this is. Go ahead, Director Spencer.
Point of order.
Oh, yes. Yeah, actually, great point. We're almost at 10:30, so we'll need a motion to suspend the rules. Councilor Hanson, is that what your point of order is?
Yeah, I'd like to move to suspend the rules to complete the agenda.
All items on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion to suspend the rules? Seconded by Counselor Pine. Any discussion? Counselor Shannon, go ahead.
Can we amend to just, I mean, it's 10:30. Can we amend to just do the deliberative items?
Counselor
Point of
Shannon is asking you just to go ahead, Counselor Freeman.
Does that, so that takes out the 10? Is that the so that's just to remove the executive session?
All right, Counselor
Only do the deliberative?
to take out the executive session as well.
Is that what you're moving? I just want to know what I'm voting on.
No, it was to take out the committee reports and that stuff.
So
Okay, you would want to have the executive
the
session.
deliberative and the executive session would stay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just needed to clarify. Thank
Okay.
you.
That would be my proposed amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion to postpone. Is there a second to that amendment? Seconded by Counselor Pine. Any discussion on that? We'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there a motion? Is it any opposed?
No.
Okay, so now we need to go to a roll call. So this is the motion on the amendment to Counselor Hansen's motion regarding the motion to suspend the rules. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
I'm sorry. Can you clarify for me what we're voting on, please?
I think
So Counselor Carpenter, per our council rules at when 10:30 hits, we have to vote to suspend the rules. And as part of that motion, it's often common for councilors to limit or to take certain items away from the agenda. Counselor Hansen made an initial motion to suspend the rules to finish the entire agenda. That motion was then modified by Counselor Shannon through an amendment to that. And I just want to follow that process. I don't want to do it just sort of verbally to understand. And so what Counselor Shannon has suggested is to finish the deliberative agenda items and then to also do the executive session, but to not have committee reports, general city affairs, city council president, and then the mayor speak.
Okay.
Does that clarify?
Yep.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Aye. Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
no.
Counselor Hansen,
No.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes. So
9 ayes, 3 nays.
the motion passes. We are back to the original motion. Will the city clerk, is there further discussion on the original motion? Seeing none, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hansen,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
12 ayes.
Thank you for calling the roll. That passes unanimously, or we will complete the deliberative agenda and have the executive session. I will now turn it over to DPW. Thank you for recognizing that. Go ahead, Director Spencer and City Engineer Baldwin. You're on mute. There you go.
Thank you very much, President Tracy, for having us this evening. And it seems that DPW items always seem to fall right at the witching hour. We are pleased to come to you and provide a very brief presentation based on where we are tonight in the agenda. We have worked with a number of different departments and downtown stakeholders and local businesses, really to respond to the pandemic in innovative and nimble ways. We have talked earlier tonight about how small business and our local businesses really are the dynamism of a lot of our culture and vibrancy in Burlington, and that they've been severely impacted as a result of COVID. The mayor and city councilors have reached out, and small business owners saying, what can we do to best support our small businesses during this recovery? And so DPW, Church Street Marketplace, CEDO, Parks, City Attorney, and many local business stakeholders got together and worked through what can we put in place to best support our businesses as they reopen. And we've developed 3 main programs. They're in the memo that are described in detail, but in summary, one is a temporary pickup zone designation where 15-minute parking areas can be set up around the city to assist mainly restaurants with pickup for pre-ordered meals and the like, also applicable for retail businesses as well. The second program is called Expanded Sidewalk / Street Seats, which is really building on the Parklet and Street Seats pilot in past years, and providing a expedited, no-cost encumbrance opportunity of utilizing our right-of-way for this coming summer and fall season for restaurant and retail businesses. The third is a Open Streets initiative that is being coordinated by Cara from the Church Street Marketplace. And they are working on a rolling series of weekend street closures where outdoor seating and other retail activities can happen along city streets. And they're exploring locations downtown and also in the Old North End and South End. The detail on that is still forthcoming as they're working on that, but they hope to launch their first event in middle of June. So what you see in your packet is an explanation of the program that we have launched through large part the mayor's regulation during this state of emergency. But we do not know how long the state of emergency will last. And it is important for us to work with the council to make sure that if the state of emergency ends mid-season, that there's a way to continue these initiatives through the end of the warm season. So this action in front of you asks that the ordinance committee be charged with setting up ordinance language that would enable these initiatives to continue this year and if needed next year as well. And we look forward to being engaged with the ordinance committee in developing language that works and can best respond to the needs of the community moving forward with the pandemic. City Engineer Baldwin, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think Chapin, you said it pretty well. I think we are also trying to coordinate with all the construction so that we don't have jam ups that drives people crazy.
Great. All right, let's open. Thank you for that presentation. Very much appreciated. Are there any councilors wishing to speak to the item? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
I was just going to make the motion if you're ready for it.
Okay, yeah. Why don't we make the motion and then we can open it up to discussion and questions. Go ahead, Councilor Hanson.
Okay, I'll move to refer the Making Space for Restaurant and Retail Recovery Program established in the Mayor's COVID-19 Emergency Regulation 3 to the ordinance committee to consider development of an ordinance consistent with its terms.
We have a motion from Councillor Hanson, seconded from Councillor Pine. Now we can go ahead and open it to discussion. Councillor Hanson, did you want the floor back?
Sure. Yeah, I can be quick. I support this. I think this is a good use of public space. I often am critical of how much public space we devote to parking. So I welcome, repurposing this space for outdoor seating and for business activities. So I'm excited to see this and to work on it in ordinance committee.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pine, I saw you. And then if others want to get in, just give a wave.
I'm just curious if there is a sense of urgency that might warrant, I'm just not sure. And I asked Councillor Mason to speak to how quickly his committee can turn this around, and can we eventually just suspend the rules and place it in all stages of passage and not go through all the processes, since it seems to be such support for this. If we have consensus, do we need to follow all those steps to get us there?
Councillor Mason, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, no, and Councillor Pine, to your point, I was going to ask a question of the city attorney on that exact point. I mean, we are always allowed to place something in all stages of passage, but because of the time constraints, I was going to ask the city attorney what the options were, whether it did need to go through the full ordinance committee or exactly what other alternative options were available.
Sure. One of the reasons that the mayor went ahead and enacted this as an emergency regulation was so that the project could go forward without a time delay. And the idea of having it go to the ordinance committee was really a chance to have a little bit more deliberative process applied to it and make sure that after the initial stages of it, that everything seemed to be in order and there was support. So we were kind of trying to address the need for urgency, but there's absolutely no reason why, if you all look through it, you look at it, you've heard comments and you're feeling comfortable about it, that you could put it in all stages of passage whenever you wanted. You'll note that the emergency regulation is maybe a little vaguer than an ordinance would be, so my one thought is it might be good if the ordinance committee had one meeting to consider it and bring it back, and then move forward with it.
So my as a follow-up, if I may, President Tracy, my only comment is my understanding is this is already in place. So that's why I'm a little concerned about we're already doing it. What's the benefit, assuming the full council is behind the emergency regulation and what's going on? While I'm all in favor of holding an ordinance committee meeting, I'm trying to understand the utility of it.
I think the utility of it is to make sure that there is adequate public notice and input before you adopt something that may go into effect for a number of months. The idea being that this would stay in place into October.
Okay. So I guess to respond to Councillor Pine's comment, we have an agenda. We have a council ordinance committee meeting tomorrow. We will put this on our, new matter and try and get a meeting of the ordinance committee scheduled specifically to deal with this one issue and try and get it back to the full council to be placed in all stages of passage as soon as we can.
Thank you. That would be great. I think the fragility of our downtown businesses is such that I think it's warranted in this case. So I would support that.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Councillor Jang.
Thank you. So I think to Councillor Mason's point, this was maybe piloted last year, and was just wondering if Chairman Spencer can just talk about can just give us a small report, like a snapshot of how both businesses, customers, and the community, those bikers, and how did they feel about it? Did you receive any feedback from it? Is it good, welcome, or not welcome, and in terms of safety also?
Great. Thank you, Councillor Jang. The pilot last year had 3 sites. They were all downtown, though that there was the opportunity to have sites across the city. 3 businesses, El Cortijo, Poco on Main Street, and the Archives on College Street, all had parklet/street seats programs. They were used for commercial purposes for part of the day and opened as public seating for other parts of the day. We got very positive reviews. We did surveys with both the businesses and adjacent businesses that had the parklets, as well as had a QR code on the parklets that people could respond and give us their feedback. Overall, the feedback was significantly positive, and prior to COVID, we had gotten the commission's support for moving ahead with an expanded and permanent parklet program, and they had authorized us to encumber up to 10 spaces downtown, and then an unlimited number of spaces outside of downtown. With COVID, that changed the situation, and at this point, we've proposed to allow authorization to encumber up to 33% of all on-street parking within a particular block, and that can be done administratively, and then from 33 to 50% with my direct review and approval. But in no cases will there be any more than 50% of parking on a particular block encumbered during this season to allow some level of on-street parking to remain.
Excellent. And I think the other item, you already talked about it. How did you involve the commission, which is great. But now the other question is, for example, businesses in the New North End. If they wanted to have such a design or requirement for their businesses, could they do it knowing that some of them are in a private shopping center? What's that dynamic?
If they're not using the public rights of way, they can work with their property owner to set up any sort of outdoor retailing or dining opportunities, and are welcome to do so. If a number of them are at a corner property on North Avenue and think that they can encumber parking spaces around the corner to provide some outdoor seating in the public rights of way, we're happy to have that conversation, or in the green belt as well. Norm, anything to add?
I would just say that part of this devising this initiative is to be sensitive to the public health issues that are driving many of these problems, and we've been trying to accommodate businesses while still not compromising public health. So this is something that not only we as public entities who deal with the right of way that should be concerned about, but also what's happening on private property.
Thank you.
Is that Councilor Jing?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Hey.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move to our next item, which is a
Thank you.
resolution. And thank you for your time. I'm sorry. Thank you, City Engineer Baldwin and Director Spencer, for being here so late. Very much appreciate your time and willingness to present at such a late hour. Very much appreciated. And thanks for getting creative with our streets.
Thank you.
Our next item is 5.08, a resolution on a COVID exemption for vacation use policy. Councilor Carpenter.
Hi. Attached is a resolution that was precipitated by the need.
So, Councilor Carpenter, we need to make a motion, and then if you would like to speak to it, you can ask for the floor back.
Excuse me. I would move that we waive the reading and adopt the proposed resolution to extend employee vacation carryover time because of COVID-19.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilor Carpenter, a second from Councilor Paul. Councilor Carpenter, would you like the floor back?
Well, I just, hopefully you've read it. It's just quickly really trying to provide an accommodation to the employees who could not use their vacation time during the COVID season and carry it over into the next fiscal year so they don't lose it. So hopefully we can be supportive of that.
Thank you very much, Councilor Carpenter. Are there any comments from councilors regarding this item?
Yes, maybe a quick question, Councilor President.
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, this, it seems it's a part of HR, right? They deal with vacations and all of that. And was just wondering if there has been, what the city staffs are talking about this, or maybe the union is a bigger ask, but the city employees, what do they think? What are reactions? Were they involved into this process?
I can let Catherine or others speak. My understanding is the city has sort of a use it or lose it policy. They've been asked by employees to carry it over, and this is an accommodation. There was not an HR meeting on it. This is a recommendation coming through the administration, trying to be sensitive and not effectively penalize employees who were not able to use vacation because of their duties and the requirement that they be working and running the city during this period of time. So this is definitely to accommodate employees. I don't think it's a union issue at all, but Catherine maybe can speak to that.
Yeah, CAO Shad, are you prepared to speak to the question?
Sure. So this was a recommendation that I made with Lynn Reagan from our HR department after looking at all of the data and after receiving many, many questions and requests from employees. We did not, excuse me, we did not get their feedback on the request, but we did talk to all of the department heads. We settled on the 80 hours because it gets almost all of the employees, not quite all of them, all of their time, but it is something that seems reasonable from a management perspective. And so that was done in consultation with the department heads. Also because we have the, you know, sort of use it or lose this extra time by next year, and they'll have next year's time. We didn't want to actually make the problem worse for the people who had so much time, knowing that we have a really busy fiscal year 21. So we wanted to be generous but thoughtful.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Jang, does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So just to be clear and to kind of follow up, because this item came really late, which was kind of challenging for me in terms of trying to evaluate it. But so have the unions haven't been consulted or haven't weighed in on this? Is that true?
That is true, and I don't know if City Attorney Blackwood wants to weigh in. In the union contract, it says that they're going to lose all of this. So whatever we give them is a bonus. But I don't know if there's a more appropriate legal way to talk about that.
Attorney Blackwood, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. No, I think that's right. This is we're offering them a benefit beyond what's in their union contracts, and we came to the 80 hours because what CAO Shad has said. We looked at what will give most people what they're losing back, and you know, we're looking at a period of time of the last quarter of the year, and in the amount of vacation people normally get. So. I guess one other point too is that this came from requests from employees, many of whom are in unions, asking for some ability to carry over some time.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Blackwood. Councilor Hanson, are you all set, or do you have further questions and comments?
Yeah, I just want to follow up. So this is basically an offer to the employees, and the unions can make their decision.
We can do it that way. Usually when you're offering a benefit, the unions don't turn it down.
Extra time.
The reason I asked, I mean, it sounds on the surface of it sounds great. It sounds like a no-brainer, but we didn't have any time, and we didn't get to hear the union perspective. So I don't want to just assume it's all good when I don't know everything and didn't have time to kind of look into it. But if it sounds like they're having the option, and I don't see why they wouldn't take it, but I just don't know enough about it and didn't have any time to look at it. So that's why I'm clarifying.
Yeah, basically what this is saying is that 80 hours that you would, up to 80 hours. What if you have accrued a certain amount this year that you didn't take your vacation this year for whatever reason, and we're not asking for what reason you didn't take it. You basically, we're giving you an extra up to 2 additional weeks of vacation next year. You don't have to take it. You don't have to do anything with it.
Right. Thanks.
Any other counselors? Counselor Hightower.
Yeah, this is just a quick comment. Just because Counselor Mason made this comment earlier today about not getting something till Thursday, we did get this today, and it is co-sponsored by Counselor Mason. So for those working Mondays, which is not me, thankfully, so I did have time to read this. I think it is it's just a benefit, and I don't have any problem supporting it. But for those counselors who didn't get a chance to read it, just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Counselor Hightower. Counselor Pine.
I'll be real quick. As somebody who used to work for the city, that use it or lose it was something we faced and we're racing against all the time. So this is a benefit. This is a great thing to offer. This is a real benefit to people.
Okay, thank you. Any other counselors wishing to speak to this? Counselor Jang, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it is a benefit, but at the same time, I think sick days, I mean, that carryover should have been extended, I mean, a little bit, if it's correct. You know, if you don't use your sick days in 2020, you can carry them over all the time in 2021 and 2022. At least it's a Burlington school district. So basically, this has both components. Benefit, yes, but not benefit at the same time, from my perspective, or at least what I understand from it. Just wanted to clarify.
So most city employees don't get to carry sick time over.
Oh.
So, I mean, the city has a policy adopted by this council not to have carryover of sick time, okay. Only carryover of vacation time.
Thank you.
Any other counselors wishing to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter?
Aye.
Counselor Jang?
Yes.
Counselor Freeman?
Yes.
Counselor Hanson?
Yes.
Counselor Hightower?
Yes.
Counselor Mason?
Yes.
Counselor Paul?
Yes.
Counselor Paulino?
Yes.
Counselor Pine?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg?
Yes.
City Council President Tracy?
Yes.
12 ayes.
That item passes unanimously. And brings us to our final deliberative agenda item, which is item 5.09, resolution condemning the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officer, and respectfully requesting the mayor to order and raise the Black Lives Matter flag at City Hall for the duration of the COVID-19 emergency. Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would like to move the item, waive the reading, and ask for the floor back.
Councillor Jang has moved it. I see a second from Councillor Paul. Councillor Jang, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Paul. Yes, as we all know, America is currently in crisis. The anger, across erupted across the country, leaving many deadly, while the deadly pandemic continued to fill the ICUs with so many thousands of people, and thousands of people currently also don't have jobs, and many are also with stronger and other survival needs. Meanwhile, also, as we all know, the coronavirus is also an economic crisis and has historically diminished really that have taken a heavy toll to the brown and Black people in America. On top of the deadly pandemic also, we all know that in the 21st century, Black people in America continue to live in fear of losing their lives in the hands of law enforcement or members of the white supremacy group. I mean, we experience some situations here that are not the same in Burlington. The chances are we did not experience people who died here, who are Black people that were killed by the police. But similar incidences did took place here in our community. And I think we as a city have been trying, and we have also been making progresses, a lot of progress in terms of hiring now a director of diversity, racial diversity and belonging director, having a committee and exploring the creation of a commission. That's a progress. And I think it was a consensus progress from both city council, the mayor, and the administration. But we need to also make sure that on top of all that is happening, we need justice in this country and accountability. And I think we need to start also thinking about ways we can direct resources to communities that have had growth, lack of growth for even decades, for generations. I think this was a call for Burlingtonians and people in Vermont to take action because of the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And as we all know, the slavery of Jim Crow, the law of modern criminal justice system, Black people in this community have been brutalized, dehumanized for centuries. The struggles of people have been highlighting also currently, lately, with just alarming findings that Black Americans are dying from COVID at a much higher rate compared to white counterparts, including in Vermont, is a white state most of the time. So this resolution was a cry for so many people. The governor of Vermont condemned it. Burlington Mayor Weinberger condemned it. Our congressional delegation, they all condemned that act of racism, of hatred that took place not only in Kentucky, in also Georgia, and recently in Minnesota. So reason why this resolution came forward, and it is asking for things that are very action-oriented, very simple. Unanimously, we are seeking for the council to join the congressional delegation, the mayor, the governor, in condemning the act of hatred. And also condemning the death, the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis, and also condemn the killing of Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. This resolution is also asking for the city council to condemn any and all of act of blatant racism and discrimination that ends in the death of more Black people in America. The times is real, the struggle is real, and the time is now to take action. This resolution is also asking for Burlington City Council to recognize and appreciate the non-confessional and professional response by the Burlington Police Department at the event of May 13th. The march was well attended. Some people say it's 2,000, some people 1,500, some people 200. But what was great is just, it was amazing to see Burlingtonians show up to show support. This resolution is also asking that these efforts, including the police department, to continue to build the relationship. We're urging them with communities of color to also commit to a fair and impartial policing policies to continue to develop and implement comprehensive programs to ensure equitable justice policing practices at all levels of the agency. It is asking, again, for relationship building with minorities and Burlington while program for the agency, while also looking into cultural awareness as the city and the state continue to grow more diverse. This resolution is also asking for the Burlington City Council to appreciate the Black Lives Matter being raised at Burlington Police Department. And also it is seeking respectfully for the Mayor of Burlington, Mayor Weinberger, to order and raise a Black Lives Matter at City Hall for the remainder of COVID-19 state emergency. And I hope that every single city council will vote in support of this. And also to continue to appreciate the hard work of our police department. We put them to work. We sometimes need to defend them, but at the same time, we have to be real when some police members are not doing their job right. I hope that we all will vote for this resolution. I also want to thank John Shannon, who asked to provide some input in making sure we also condemn Mrs. Taylor as well as Ahmad Aubrey. Would like to thank Karen Paul for also been going back and forth about this resolution, and also Carpenter, Sarah Carpenter, Paulino, as well as Brian Pine for seeking to be co-sponsors of this resolution. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Mr. Max Reese.
Thank you, Councillor Jing. Are there comments by councillors? Councillor Stromberg, go ahead.
I would like to propose an amendment.
Okay, go ahead. What is your amendment, Councillor Stromberg?
I will also send this around. I sent it to one person by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm going to, I want to move to strike lines 34 through 39 in Councillor Jang's resolution. Shall I elaborate now or?
So we have a motion. Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Stromberg to amend from Councillor Stromberg, a second from Councillor Freeman. Would you would like the floor back, Councillor Stromberg?
I would, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. So I want to just first of all say that I want to preface my amendment with, Councillor Jang, I absolutely respect this resolution. I love it. The version that you sent me, I even offered to co-sponsor it. I really love the sentiment. I think it's strong, and I think that it hits on all the marks necessary moving forward, especially after an event like we saw on Saturday at 6. So I also want to say, thank you to Jen Morrison. I know you've been on this call like all night, and your work, and I appreciate you. I don't know you as a person yet. I hope to open up a dialogue. This is no way in a slight to the Burlington Police Department, but I do want to make some very important points. Lines 34 through 39 state our appreciation for our police essentially being non-confrontational and professional. I don't think we should essentially be thanking them for doing something that, to me, is extremely expected. Our protesters and the organizers there were incredibly peaceful. It's actually very well organized given how many people showed up and during a pandemic. So it just kind of, this part that was added, I feel like it waters down the ultimate sentiment of this resolution. I don't think that the Burlington Police Department did us any favor by, remaining calm and not responding with force. And I think it's a little bit insulting to the organizers and to all the voices that we heard on Saturday evening to be essentially saying, thank you for, you know, we're acknowledging them, of the Burlington Police Department. And like you said, Councilor Jang, like we're focusing on the fact that they're keeping the flag up, but who put the flag up, you know? And I know that I'm just aggravated because I watched the group of people put the flag up, and I watched how much pride and also fear of doing so, and what that took for all of those people in that community to do so. So I think that you know, the Burlington Police Department is currently employing officers that have extremely questionable character in terms of, you know, racial bias, and I don't want to support thanking an institution that any of these protesters that were standing out in the rain, chanting through masks, mind you, that they weren't there to say, oh, thank you for giving us this space. Thank you for letting us do what we need to do. These are incredibly important voices, especially at a time like this. And somehow we're still making it about the systems of oppression. Somehow we're still saying, hey, thank you for doing ultimately your job that you are paid very well to do. This is not a moment for us to reflect on our systems of what they're doing right. This was exactly the opposite of that. And that is why I don't think we should keep this language in this resolution. I think that it was perfect the way it was. I really liked it before those lines were added. This is, again, not out of disrespect to Jen Morrison. I know, you know, I saw you actually come out, and I know that takes a lot of boldness, and I know that it's anxiety ridden to come out with so many people that you don't know. I know that. And I respect that move on your part, and I respect, you know, the process of what took place. What took place was a good thing, but I think Councilor Jang's original resolution was really great before those lines were added. Just the way it was raw, it was perfect. And I just respect everything that he had just said too. I really do. And I stand, you know, I want to support this no matter what. I will wholeheartedly more so do so if we can amend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Councilor Jang.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Sternberg, for those remarks. And I think it would be important also to highlight that what you asking to strike was all part of the original resolution, except line 34 to 36 until 30th. I mean, this is just for your info, but what I sent you before did ask the Burlington City Council is seeking for the police department to continue to commit to a fair and impartial policing. So if you want to strike it, and I just want to, whoever want to vote for that, you will be then voting for Burlington to not commit, police department to not commit for a fair and impartial policing. For them also to not continue to develop and implement comprehensive program to ensure equitable justice policing practices at all levels of the agency. I just wanted to make sure that maybe those who didn't read it to understand that you will be voting against that language as well. And finally, I think I accepted that language, the Burlington City Council, to recognize and appreciate the non-confrontational and professional response by the police department. It was included by Chief Morrison, who also made her own statement, who also joined the Burlington mayor to publicly condemn the act of hatred that took place outside of the city, outside of the state. And also, like you said, Chief Morrison and Deputy Murray, their courage, I can see them from a distance, standing, putting their hands behind their back, opening their ears, and respectfully listening. I am not saying that I'm defending here anybody. When people or police department are not doing right, no one will be in front of me to condemn their acts. But here, I believe how the other police are reacting and how they reacted were really appropriate and professional, reason why this language to me is important for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. I had Councillor Hightower to be followed by Councillor Stromberg.
Yeah, so one, Councillor Stromberg, it might just be helpful if you send that language to all of us to kind of clarify what you're trying to strike and what you're not trying to strike. And then two, I agree with Councillor Stromberg. It's want to personally thank Jen Morrison and the two police officers who went out with her, and how their demeanor, how they acted. I see this as a symbolic resolution, and therefore I do think that there's a lot of people we should be thanking in this resolution, and I'm not sure that the BPD is first and foremost amongst those, despite the fact that I am personally grateful for a lot of their individual actions. So yeah, I think given that, I support Councillor Stromberg's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. I have Councillor Stromberg next.
All right. Sorry, I am currently sending the language. I would like to amend my motion. Councillor Jang was absolutely correct. Those were a few lines too many. I think I read it as one giant sentence and it just took the lines. But I'm looking for everything that was added that Councillor Jang had mentioned. So that's lines 34 through 36, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, right after May 30th.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So I'll send that along.
Attorney Blackwood. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Attorney Blackwood, how should we handle a motion where the maker has essentially, we've made a motion, had some discussion, now we're sort of altering that motion? How would you suggest we proceed on that?
I will say my notes are not clear as to whether you actually got a second to her to the motion, original motion to strike.
I did. I got it from Councillor Freeman.
Okay, so if it's already been moved and seconded, then you're going to have to do another. It's going to have to be another motion to amend that motion.
I'll second the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so we need an amendment.
Permission.
Go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
I can say words. Okay. Just to be clear, we're amending, the amendment to the amendment is to make it so that it says be it further resolved that the Burlington City Council recognizes, or sorry, the Burlington City Council, and then you're striking the recognizes through and just leaving it, the Burlington City Council urges the Burlington Police Department through the rest of the clause. That's my understanding what the amendment to the amendment is doing.
So I need to have a formal motion. Can you make a formal motion, please, Councillor Stromberg, and then we can
also,
go to.
wouldn't it be possible point of information? Actually, one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or a point of order about process.
Yep, go ahead.
Attorney Blackwood, would it be possible for? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I want to have to be on Zoom ever again. Oh gosh.
We can hear you, Perry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
It's frozen.
No, I can see you. You're fine. You're good.
I know, but it's in a lag. Okay, I'm just gonna speak and hopefully it will work itself out. Wouldn't it be easier for Councillor Stromberg to withdraw the motion and then make the amendment? Is that just not an easier way to do this? I don't know if that's possible, but anyway, that was my suggestion.
Once a motion's been made and seconded, it no longer belongs to the movement or the seconder, it belongs to the body, and you have to act on it one way or another. So the next action could be either acting on the motion, or it can be an amendment to that amendment.
Okay, so we have guidance from Attorney Blackwood. Counselor Stromberg, are you prepared to make the amendment to the amendment at this time?
Yes. Can I just move to, okay. I move to amend the resolution by striking the following lines. The Burlington City Council recognizes and appreciates the non-confrontational and professional response by the Burlington Police Department to the events, to the events of May 30th.
Okay. Is everybody clear on the amendment to the amendment?
Can she add "and" too?
I'm sorry. We can't have discussion on the amendment actually, but until we have is there a second? Counselor Hanson is seconding. Do you want the floor back, Counselor Stromberg?
No, I am all set at this time. Thank you, President Tracy.
Okay, now we are on the amendment to the amendment. Is there discussion on that? Counselor Hanson.
I'm sorry, I can wait till the underlying amendment.
Okay. Other counselors on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing Counselor Carpenter, go ahead.
Just clarifying, the amendment to the amendment is to leave in, so to speak, urging the department to do the fair. Okay.
Yep. So everyone's clear on that? Okay, good stuff. All right. Anyone else speaking to this amendment to the amendment? Okay. We will then go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call a roll on the amendment to the amendment?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to clarify what I'm voting on because my internet. I'm sorry.
No problem. Counselor, so we are voting on the amendment to the amendment, and that is to essentially leave in the language about the fair and impartial policing policy. So we're just taking out, so this would be an amendment to just take out the section regarding the appreciating the up to May 30th. Does that make sense to you, Counselor Freeman?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. So are we ready to go to a vote? Okay, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
No.
Counselor Paulino,
No.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
The amendment to the amendment passes, and we are now back to the original amendment as amended. Counselor Hanson.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I was there on Saturday as well at the protest. It was very powerful and very well organized. I would agree with Counselor Stromberg on that. And I think I did appreciate that the officers came outside, but I do support this amendment because I don't think the purpose of what we're doing here and the message that I would like to send would be to be in solidarity with the protesters and with what folks were bringing forward on Saturday. And the message was pretty clear on Saturday, was that we want very meaningful reform and change to our police department. So I don't believe this was a time or a mood of patting the police department on the back. I think this was a mood of we really need to do better, and that a lot of folks in our community don't feel safe, particularly with officers that have brutalized members of our community. And we've watched those videos that came out last year and that were extremely traumatic to even watch, let alone to have lived through. And folks in those videos still dealing with with a traumatic brain injury, and one member of the community who's no longer with us. So these are really very intense things that have gone on in the community recently that still really haven't been addressed. We haven't seen justice done, and it's been over a year. So this was a very visceral moment. It wasn't just about what's going on around the country. It was about what's going on in our community, and the fact that people feel hurt, they don't feel safe, and they don't feel that the city, whether it be us as a council, whether it be the administration or Burlington Police Department, has done enough to make people feel safe. That was the message that I got being at that protest, and I want to stand in solidarity with that. And I think removing this language allows us to better stand in solidarity with that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Are there other councillors wishing to speak to this amendment? Councillor Carpenter.
I guess, and I unfortunately did not attend the event, but I'm just concerned that we're taking away things as opposed to adding things. Everything I heard was that it was well organized, it was peaceful, and I guess my concern is, why aren't we adding appreciation as opposed to taking it away? It's to capture that it was well organized and well done. And so perhaps we should be adding appreciation as opposed to taking it away.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter, Councillor Jang, and then Councillor Stromberg.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you, President. I think minutes ago, we were all here appreciating the hard work of department heads, including interim chief of police. Also doing the same for also the union representative and the employees that they work with, right? We as a city, or at least as leaders of this city, we need to think about the police, our safety institution, sometimes as not only an agency where people wear uniforms, have guns. We have social workers in there. We have those who clean the graffiti every single day on Burlington streets. We have those who respond to those who have problems with opiate, right? We have those who make the connection between the city of Burlington and our sister cities. All those are people sometimes that are being judged, not because of their hard work, but because there is someone at the agency who have done something horrible. What we need to push for, personally, I'm saying, I'm a person of color. I'm a Black and proud Black who live here, right? It is important sometimes to recognize the hard work, not only those who have guns and tasers. I believe that what we just did, if this passes, is we don't recognize those people who are not wearing uniform, their hard work. I think we have to be careful sometimes. I'm just saying this, and I don't want the police also to see the council as people who are opposed to them. There was a similar resolution that was going to ask for the recognition of their hard work. I completely voted for it down. I did not vote for it. But for this one, it was an event, a beautiful event that could have been turned into something else. But with grace, with professionalism, they were there. And behind them, there are so many people who don't even know how to handle a gun. But it seems we don't wanna bring them into the work. How can we help you do better? What do you need? How do we make Burlington an inclusive and welcoming city for everyone? Who are those people in the agency that are not respecting the norms, the policies that we set in place? How do we get them out of that agency? But always voting down their hard work, I don't think it is constructive. And we need to strive for what constructive and what can bring us forward. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. And Councillor Jang, like, I absolutely understand and hear what you're saying, and I'm not opposed to any of those sentiments at all. I absolutely appreciate, our officers. I know that people get up every morning and they don't know what's going to happen during the day. They don't know what to expect, and they do put, themselves out there for the community, and I'm extremely appreciative of that. There's no question about that, and I want to be very clear about that. I'm just saying, in this moment in history where we have come to such a pinnacle, horrific, just disgusting time where people can't even fathom what's going on. It's happening so quickly. I think it's just so much more appropriate to focus on the voices that really need to be heard right now. I am not trying to disrespect or, I do appreciate our police department. There's no question about that. I'm saying it right now on live TV somewhere. I absolutely do. But it's just, I think in this specific moment regarding the weekend's events and moving forward, I support raising the flag. I support all parts of this resolution. And it does not mean I don't appreciate our police department. I think that we just need to really hone in on our focus. And, there will be many opportunities to show our appreciation and support. This is a very specific, really focus our energy on those that so desperately need it right now. And this is honestly the least we can do. And I would really like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Councillor Freeman, to be followed by Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. I'm so horrified by this language being included in here. I don't even know where to start. I am completely livid that this language would even be considered and that we would literally be sitting here considering adding this language in here. And I've been trying to really come up with the best way to articulate it. I think it's completely inappropriate. I do not think, with the unbelievable anguish that this nation is experiencing right now over the unbelievable violence and brutality. Can you all hear me? I just hear.
All right, Councillor Mason, can you please put your thing on mic, and can all councillors please put your things on mic on mute? Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry.
The unbelievable violence and the brutality that communities have been experiencing, and the amount of I cannot fathom how this is even remotely appropriate. I feel very concerned that my understanding is that the department asked for this to be included. If I went to a march, say there was an incident where there was violence against women, say it was sexual assault, and I went to a march and it was happening across the country, say the Me Too movement, whatever you want to call it, and people came and say there were men there in solidarity or whatever, it was a women's march. And then afterward they said, hey, can you and we wanted to highlight it and whatever, and then they said, hey, can you thank us for not hurting you while we were there? Why are we making space for the bare minimum? You are asking us to point out in a resolution that is about someone getting lynched in Minneapolis? You are asking us to point out that you were
Sorry, Councillor Freeman, your internet is cutting out. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You were asking us to point out that you were professional and non-confrontational. You are the police department. You are the apparatus of the state. You, at the absolute bare minimum, are professional and non-confrontational, and you do your job and you protect and you serve. That is the bare minimum. There was a person who was lynched. I watched 10 minutes of someone. We all watched that. I cannot fathom that this is appropriate for this resolution. I understand people feel differently. It is unbelievable. To me, it speaks of entitlement, of the legacy of people who have been in positions of power to continue to interject themselves in spaces that they do not belong, that they should not be pulling away from the attention to people who want to just seek the bare minimum of justice, the bare minimum of equity, to just be treated as equals in the society. This is completely inappropriate. I feel I think I've said enough, so.
Thank you, Councilor.
I will not be supporting the underlying resolution if it's in it.
Okay, Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. When we're talking about listening to voices, I think it's important to listen to Councilor Jang's voice, and I appreciate what he said. I don't know how I think we have to have a vision of where we're going. And I don't think the vision of where we're going is a world without police. I hope that the vision of where we're going is a world with good police. Police that come when we call them, when we're in crisis, when a woman is at home and being battered by somebody, I want the police to come. And we have issues in our neighborhood where people are in crisis and they're dangerous, and we call the police and we want the police to come. So my vision of this better world is not one where the police don't exist. It's one where the police come, they treat us with respect, they do their job. And that is not always easy to do. It's not always easy to know in every situation what's the right answer. There's a lot of judgment involved in every situation. And I don't know how we move forward if we don't recognize the good work that's being done. Some horrible things happened. We're all aghast. And I appreciate that Councilor Jang brought this forward in the hopes of bringing us together, because we need to find a way to come together and to condemn the horror of what is going on in this country and recognize when there's a better way to do it, and it's happening in our community. And it's not perfect, and there's more work to be done, and that needs to be recognized as well. But I appreciate that Councilor Jang was willing to have these conversations, and I respect what he said, and I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Hightower.
Yeah, I understand why Councilor Jang put it in here, but I guess like to Sarah's point, if there were 100 thank yous and this was the last one, that I could see it being appropriate. But it's like we're talking about there was an organizational movement. All of these people showed up who were just as scared as, the Burlington Police Department, who had to go beyond their normal call of duty to say, hey, I have rights. Can you respect them? And I am proud, and I will say that over and over again. I'm proud of how Burlington Police Department showed up. But I believe Councilor Freeman is 100% right. Like, this is not the space to acknowledge that and to say, like, hey, of all the people that we want to thank for this, it's like, why are we thanking? If this had been in there, I don't think I would have flagged it. But the fact that we're defending of all the people that we want to appreciate in this moment, it's the Burlington Police Department. I do find that a little bit problematic. And and so to Sarah's point, if we wanted to spend the next half hour staying on the city council meeting, writing out all the other people we should be thanking, then I'd be fine with that. But we're not. We're the only people we're thanking in this is one population that just doesn't feel like this is the space to do that. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, I have Councilor Freeman to be followed by Councilor Mason and Councilor Pine. Councilor Freeman, you have the floor on the amendment.
Thank you. I wanted to add, because I feel like I cut myself off before, is that part of it is also just the concern that Councilor Mason, the reverb is bad, is just this concern that I see constantly that we're too afraid. I don't know why we're unafraid to actually dig into this issue. And I feel like people in elected office are afraid afraid to talk about real issues in policing and push for real changes, and adding in this like last minute, like where that just doesn't feel appropriate is just part of that greater problem of not being willing to say like a line has been crossed and we need to like changes need to happen that are profound and distinct, and it's not business as usual anymore. It's not the status quo. We have to disrupt the status quo, and the inclusion of this line feels like maintaining the status quo around conversations around policing. So that was also the other sort of latter part than the other part that I articulated, in which I felt that it's inappropriate and not the right place to be making this point. So I just wanted to add that second point.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Councillor Mason, to be followed by Pine and Hanson. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I'd like to make a motion to call the question. It's 11:40.
Councillor Mason has moved to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Paulino. The move to call the question is non-debatable. Will the City Council President or will the City Clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter,
No.
Councillor Jang,
Yes.
Councillor Freeman,
No.
Councillor Hanson,
No.
Councillor Hightower,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
Yes.
Councillor Paul,
Yes.
Councillor Paulino,
Yes.
Councillor Pine,
No.
Councillor Shannon,
Yes.
Councillor Strongberg,
Councillor Stromberg couldn't hear you.
No.
City Council President Tracy,
No.
Point of information.
You put,
I'm sorry. What is your point of information, Councillor Paulino? I'm sorry. Can we get a?
Looks like Councillor.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Can you just wait? We need to get the total on the vote.
six ayes, 6 nays.
The motion fails. Councillor Paulino, I'll recognize you for a point of information. Go ahead.
I would defer to Councillor Carpenter. I was calling attention. It looks like she has some
I
clarifying.
mean,
Councillor
I'm
Carpenter,
not using,
go ahead.
I thought I was voting on the underlying amendment. I didn't understand that you had to vote on the calling the question, which is, I guess, what we just voted on.
Yes, that was all just calling the question to take a vote on the underlying amendment. That motion failed, so we're still on the amendment.
Point of order.
Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
I think Councillor Carpenter is trying to correct her vote because she cast a vote not understanding what she voted on. And I'd ask that the chair could have the roll called again, or at least for Councillor Carpenter, extend
Point of
that.
information. Point of information.
Go ahead, Councillor Pine.
It takes 2/3 to call the question, so the question's moved.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah, it does take two.
Sorry.
Councillor Pine is correct. The motion would fail regardless of whether Councillor Carpenter changed the vote. Is that?
Bit of information. Does Councillor Carpenter want to at least change her vote for the record?
I don't care that much. I just wanted to get to the underlying amendment.
Okay. Okay. All right. That being said, we are back to the amendment. I have Councillors Pine and then Hanson in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is very late, of course, and I hate to belabor, but this is an important conversation. It's a challenging conversation. I actually really wanted to stick with Councillor Jang. I feel a strong sense of solidarity with Councillor Jang. We often call each other brother, and my goal tonight was to stick with him on this. However, as this meeting has progressed, I have heard the voices of my fellow councillors, but I've also heard in the back of my head my own son, who's been talking to me about these issues, and he has had an impression on me that the way we've approached these issues needs to fundamentally shift in such a significant way that to add this language completely dilutes what we're trying to say here tonight. So I think we owe it to this community to just acknowledge, let's stay simple, let's stay focused on the simple message that we're trying to get across. It doesn't by any means suggest I continue to support having a police force. That's a debate we're having at home, but I'm still in belief that we need a police force. There are some who don't believe that we need that. I believe we do. I value our police. I value the work they do. I think they do a very hard job. I think they play a role still. There's still a need for police in this society. However, I think in this resolution tonight, I think it's a clearer message to send to just strike that language. And I think that's where I've ended up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Hanson.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think there are opportunities, and even earlier tonight, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for us to acknowledge the work of the police department. But in this case, we're specifically responding to police brutality around the country. To then pivot back, even within that, pivot back to positively acknowledging the police force just totally undermines who we're trying to highlight and who is being brutalized and who we need to uplift and focus on in this moment. So I really find it problematic.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. I don't have any other councilors in the queue on the amendment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll on the amendment?
Counselor Carpenter,
No.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
No.
Counselor Paulino,
No.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
The amendment fails and we are back to debate on the original motion. Is there further conversation? Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I'd like to call the question.
Councilor Hightower has moved to call the question. Is that a second, Councilor Paulino? Okay, seconded from Councilor Paulino. The motion to call the question is non-debatable. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes, I'm calling the question.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
No.
Counselor Hightower, Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
No.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
Eight ayes, 4 nays.
Passes.
Believe that passes.
Yes.
So the question is now called and we will go to a vote on the resolution itself. Will the city clerk please call the roll on the resolution itself?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes, on the resolution.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
The motion carries and that completes our deliberative agenda, which means that we now have one more item, which is an executive session on the agenda. an update on pending police use of force litigation. Is there a City Attorney Blackwood, are you able to provide any information in public session on this item?
Sure. The litigation that you asked for an update on involves 3 lawsuits. Each of them are in relatively early stages of the case and discovery, which is a process in the litigation proceeding where the sides, both sides of the case, investigate and get information, ask each other questions, take depositions, collect documents, and all 3 cases are in that phase right now. I think that would be sort of the general summary. The cases, I would not expect any of them to be ready to come to trial in this calendar year.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Blackwood. In order to go into executive session, we need a pair of motions. One is a finding, and then we need to have a basis of that finding. Councilor Pine.
I would move to find that the council go into executive session to discuss pending litigation, premature disclosure of which would place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
There is a motion. Is there a second to Councilor Pine's motion? Seconded by Councilor Freeman. Any discussion on the finding? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of finding of the finding, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor Pine, would you like to offer the accompanying second motion?
Yes, based on the finding, I would now move that we go into executive session to discuss pending litigation, premature disclosure of which would place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
There's a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Hightower. Any discussion on the motion to go into executive session? Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
How long are we expecting to be in this executive session?
I'm not sure. It totally depends on the questions that councilors have, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilor Shannon. I see Councilor Hanson and then Councilor Jing. Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to help the public understand what's going on, what we're doing here, and maybe Councilor Pine can elaborate a little more, since I believe he had initiated on this item and wanting to be able to discuss this. But I think the purpose of this, from my perspective, is, as I mentioned earlier, we've had cases of police brutality in Burlington that are still unresolved. And I think it's really important for us as a council to speak up and try to do everything we can to ensure that as restorative a process as possible is followed. And this is an opportunity for us to push on that and to do that. That's how I see it. I'm not going to speak for other councilors, but I see it for myself as an opportunity to push for restorative practice for these incidences that have happened.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Jing. Councilor Jing.
Yeah, this was just a question to see if we are going to come back in this Zoom link, or should we adjourn there?
So great question, Councilor Jing. Attorney Blackwood, do we expect action to come out of this motion, out of this executive session?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so in that case, Councilor Jing, then yes, we would essentially be done with the meeting, the city council meeting at that time, because we would not be coming back into regular session.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to go into executive session? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'm voting no. I'm not understanding. It's 11:54. We received a memo from the city attorney Friday, a confidential memo explaining the status of the case. I don't know why we're going into executive session to have this discussion. If it's a substantive discussion about restorative practice, then with all due respect, we shouldn't be having it at midnight after a 5-hour meeting. There's no time sensitivity that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say that we can certainly keep it brief, but I think my goal in having this discussion, regardless of the time, is really to hear the city's position and approach to this case, and to offer the administration a sense of what direction we want them to go. We talk about a whole range of issues in executive session that, to me, are perhaps even less important than what we're doing around this issue. So I feel like this is a chance to give direction to the administration on the city council's views on how to pursue these cases.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Shannon.
I'm just, it's really late, and it sounded like the conversation that Councilor Hanson wants to have is not uncomplicated or quick. And I'm wondering if there's time sensitivity on this, or if we could have that conversation. We usually try and have our executive sessions in the beginning of a meeting rather than later in the meeting. And I think with COVID, from what I've heard, the court processes have been pretty seized up. So nothing seems to be happening. If there's any time sensitivity on this, I'd like to know. But if there isn't, I would really urge the council to take this up at a subsequent meeting when we can think and discuss better than we can right now.
Attorney Blackwood, is there a time sensitivity to this?
Perhaps some, in that we likely are having a mediation in one of the cases in July, but it wouldn't, there would be plenty of time for you at one of your next several meetings to have this discussion before that occurred.
Thank you, Attorney Blackwood. I see Councilor Mason to be followed by Councilor Paul. Councilor Mason. Okay, I'm seeing.
Thank you. That answered my question. Thank you.
Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. President Tracy, could going through you, could you possibly ask Councilor Pine if perhaps he would be willing to wait until the June 15th meeting to have this conversation?
Councilor Pine, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to answer that question?
I am. I want to just state, and I can say it in public session, I think, that the concern I have is the way that the city's strategy and approach to these cases. I don't want to be constrained by the insurance company, for instance. I don't want them to decide how we approach these cases. That's my worry.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Paul, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand if this isn't going to be moving forward until July. I appreciate the response, but again, is there a reason why it can't be at our next meeting and have it at 6 p.m.?
That would work.
Councilor Pine is asking for that to be at the next. Councilor Pine, seeing you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I've seen that we've had that now. Now we have a finding. We're on the motion to go into executive session. It seems like we're kind of pulling back from that. Councilor Paulino, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion, given Councilor Pine's representation, to table this item to the 15th at 6.
Okay, so you would basically be making an amendment to postpone, is that correct? Because a motion to table is not time certain. A motion to postpone is time certain.
Time certain.
To the meeting on the 15th. Is that correct, Councilor Paulino?
Yes, thank you, Council President Tracy.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone to the meeting on the 15th. Is there a second to Councilor Paulino's motion? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Further discussion on the item, the idea to postpone to the 15th. Hearing none, we will go to a vote on that amendment to the motion to go into executive session. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Okay, awesome. So let's go to a vote. All those in favor of postponing until the 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the session will be postponed, and that item passes unanimously, and this executive session will be postponed to our subsequent meeting on the 15th, and I do take it into account, the desire to have that on the front end of the meeting so we can put it there. So I will do that. That concludes that item. A motion to adjourn is now in order. Councilor Pine.
I move to adjourn.
Motion by Councilor Pine, seconded by Councilor Hanson. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at exactly midnight. Thank you, councilors. Get some